안녕하세요. 저는 개회식 사회를 맡게 된 사단법인 늦본 문익환 기념사업회 이사 겸 사무처장인 문영미입니다. 반갑습니다. 지금부터 문익환 방북 및 4.2 공동성명 37주년 기념 국제토론회 위기의 시대 한반도 평화의
Era
공전의
of
길을
crisis, the path to
시작하겠습니다.
peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula.
평일 낮 시간임에도 불구하고
It
이렇게
is
자리해
a
주신 여러분
afternoon on a
진심으로
weekday,
환영합니다.
but despite this
이렇게
schedule,
많은
thank you
분들이
very
모이신
much
걸
for your
보니까 우리
participation.
안에 평화를 바라는
As you can
열망이
see
얼마나
from the full house
가득한지를
today,
보여주는 것
there is
같아
great aspiration
뭉클합니다.
amongst us for peace on
37년
the
전
Korean
평양에서
Peninsula.
4.2
37 years
공동성명을
ago in
떨리는
Pyongyang,
마음으로
the
발표하셨을 문익환
April
목사님을
2nd joint
떠올리며
statement
다시
was
한번
declared,
마음을
and I am
가다듬어 봅니다.
reminded of how nervous Reverend
남북
Moon
관계의
Ik-kwan must have
물꼬를
felt
트기
at
위해
that time.
방북하셨던 목사님처럼
Reverend
우리도
Moon
위기의
visited North
국제 정세
Korea to
속에서
open the
꽉
path for
막힌
peaceful
남북 관계를
coexistence,
풀어보고자
and we are
오늘
here
이 자리를
today to
마련하게
also look for the
되었습니다.
same path.
이 토론회는 한반도 평화행동
This
유튜브로 현재
international
생중계하고
symposium is
있습니다.
currently being streamed
오늘
live
행사의 첫
through the
순서로
Korea Peace
우원식
Action YouTube
국회의장님의
channel.
영상 메시지를
We will
듣겠습니다.
start with the video
국회의장님은
address
오늘
by the
국회
Speaker
본회의
of the
때문에
National
이
Assembly,
자리에
Honorable
함께하지
Woo-won-shik, who
못하셨습니다.
was not able to participate in person to the National Assembly schedule.
First and foremost, I'd like to extend my deepest appreciation and solidarity to all those dedicated to renewing the vision of peace and coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. I am Hwan-shik, Speaker of the National Assembly. I'd like to thank Moon Ik-kwan Memorial Foundation, the National Assembly Northeast Asia Peace and Coexistence Forum, Civil Peace Forum, and Korea Peace Action for their dedicated efforts in organizing this event. In those dark times when dictatorship trampled upon democracy and division was used to justify authoritarian rule, Reverend Moon stood at the forefront of the movement for democratization and unification. Inspired by his courageous actions, efforts towards inter-Korean reconciliation continued through the June 15 Joint Declaration, October 4 Inter-Korean Summit, and the April 27 Panmunjom Declaration. More than a generation has passed since then, yet peace and coexistence on the peninsula still feel distant, perhaps even drifting farther away. Indeed, even the narrow window of opportunity for separated families to maintain the most basic contact has now been firmly closed. Furthermore, investigations into the unlawful declaration of martial law on December 3rd have revealed that those involved had gone so far as to contemplate provoking military conflict between the two Koreas. Thanks to the people who promptly made their way to the National Assembly, the declaration was promptly overturned, averting a potential inter-Korean conflict. However, restoring inter-Korean relations remains a long and arduous task. In this regard, I propose the adoption of a resolution for peace on the Korean Peninsula in the hope of advancing lasting peace. Above all, this resolution affirms that peace must no longer be treated as a subject of political contention. Going forward, the National Assembly will take a more proactive role in advancing the end of the armistice regime and fostering peaceful coexistence. Today, as the world is engulfed in war and conflict, we need more than ever a vision of peace and coexistence, along with the warmth of heart and unyielding courage that Reverend Moon embodied throughout his life. I sincerely hope that today's forum will serve as a meaningful opportunity to honor his legacy and to engage in constructive discussions that help reopen the path to peace on the Korean Peninsula. Thank you.
다음은 김민석
Next, we would like to
국무총리님의
invite
축사입니다.
the
총리님은
Honorable Kim Min-seok,
서울대
the Prime
학생회장
Minister
시절부터
of
문익환
Korea.
목사님을 잘 알고 지낸 것으로 알고
He is
있습니다.
well known to
최근에 미국에
be
가서
someone who was
트럼프
close
대통령도
to
만나고
late Reverend
오셨는데요.
Moon Ik-kwan, and he
바쁘신
recently
일정
visited
중에
President
저희
Trump on his
국제
visit
토론회에
to
함께해
the
주셔서
U.S. Thank you
진심으로
very much for joining
감사합니다.
us despite your very busy schedule.
큰 박수로 맞이해
Please
주시기
welcome the
바랍니다.
Prime Minister with a big round of applause.
반갑습니다.
Pleased to meet you.
봄이 이제 다 왔는데
Spring is just around the corner.
겨울이 아무리 매섭고 길어도 봄은
However
곧 온다
long
하는
and harsh
목사님
the winter
메시지를
may be,
생각나는 시간인 것
the
같습니다.
spring always comes,
오늘
as have been mentioned by the late Reverend.
송균영 목사님께서
Reverend Song,
신부님께서 문 목사님
he has mentioned
기리면서 이
that
시기에 우리
as
평화와
we
언제
remember
문제
the late
함께
Reverend Mooney
고민하는
Kwan,
행사
he
심포지움
has
토론회를
planned this
여신다는
international
말씀을 듣고
symposium
굉장히
to commemorate
반가웠습니다.
Reverend Moon
잠깐이라도
and
나서
peace
인사를
on the
드리는
Korean
것이
Peninsula.
도리겠다
And
하는
I did
생각이
want to
들었습니다.
participate even if it is for just a
오랜만에
little
문
while
목사님
today.
생각이 들었습니다.
I was
제가 문
reminded of Reverend
목사님이
Moon
청주교도소에
because of this symposium.
우선은 워낙 여러 번 가셔서
Well,
연도가
Reverend Moon
헷갈리시겠지만
was in prison
80
on numerous
여러 번 가신 중에
occasions. I think
86년도에
it was in
가셨던 적이
86.
있을
He was in
겁니다.
the
왜냐면 저희가
Cheongju
85년도에
prison
감옥
facility.
갔을 때 86년도
At that
청주에
time,
계셨을 때
in
저희가
1986, when he was
이쪽
imprisoned in
사동에 있고 그
Cheongju,
옆에 이
I was
전문 용어로
also
이렇게
there.
사람들은 사동
Yes,
이렇게
we were
얘기해요.
in different
옆
halls,
사동에
but I was
계셨거든요.
in the
그
same
옆 사동에
prison.
모시고 저희가 지냈던 시간이
And
기억이
so
납니다.
I remember being there with him in
교도관들을
that
통해서
prison.
잘 계신지 매일 안부를
Through
전하고
the
말씀을
ward
듣고
officers, we
오늘은 뭐
always
하셨는지
learned
그걸
about
듣는
the
매일매일
whereabouts of
안부
Reverend Moon
전하는 그
and
일과가
how he was
저였으면
doing.
굉장히
And so at
기쁜
that time,
하루하루의 이렇게
it was
과정이었습니다.
a great joy every
생각나는
day
것은
to
그때
hear his news
매일
from the
아침마다
other
명상을
ward.
하시면서
We had
그때그때
heard that
명상에서
Reverend
이렇게
Moon
생각하신 걸
would always
전해주셨는데
meditate
어느 날은
and he would share his
오늘은
thoughts. And one
아마존에 있는
day,
원주민들하고 대화를 했어.
we heard
하는
that he said,
말씀을 전해
I
들은
actually
거예요.
meditated and I had an
잘
opportunity
모르겠다
to talk
생각하면서도
to the
저희는 그때도
people
지금
living in the
돌이켜보면
Amazon.
맞는
I don't
것
know if it's
같다.
true,
아마
but
그렇게
I
하셨을
believe
것
it's
같다라는
probably very
생각하고
true
했던 것이 기억이
given
납니다.
what Reverend Moon
맑은
was like.
영성과
He was
따뜻한
a
마음과
very
뜨거운
honest
정열을 다
spirit and he
갖고
was a very
계셨던
passionate spirit.
저희에게는 저희 민족사회 또 우리
And
대한민국에서
so in the
해방
Republic
후에
of Korea,
저희들이 함께
ever
모셨던
since the
굉장히
liberation,
귀한
he was
어른이셨습니다.
a great elder amongst
문
us.
목사님께서
Reverend
처음에
Moon,
방북하셨을 때의
when he first
충격이
visited
아마
North Korea,
지금도 저희에게 남아 있는 것
and
같습니다.
that
그
visit
이후에
left such a
많은
big
평화와
shock to
통일을
all of
위한
us. Ever since
행동과
then, there was a lot of
그런
action for
움직임이
peace
있었지만
and unification.
아마
But I do
단독적 행보의
believe
충격은
that
가장 큰 것이 아니었을까
that was
싶습니다.
probably the biggest
그만큼
shock to all of
통상적
us.
상식과 관행과 상상력을
That
뛰어넘는
is how
것이었고
he was going
어쩌면
beyond
그랬기
our
때문에 그
imagination,
이후에
beyond what we
우리
can
역사의
ever
흐름을
think
크게
about.
여신 것이
And
아닌가
that is why
생각합니다.
he left a
제가
big
얼마
mark
전에
in our history.
미국에 가서
Recently, I
그
visited the
전에까지
US
포함해서 두 번 벤스 부통령, 한
and
번 트럼프
I had an
대통령을
opportunity
만났는데
to
저는
meet
그 과정을
President
통해서
Trump and I had an
통상적으로
opportunity
사람들이
to meet
생각하는
Vice
것보다는
President Vance on
어떤
two
이유에
different occasions.
의해서이던 미국 측에서
And so whatever the reason
북측과의
may be,
대화 또는 그에 대한
I
관심이
do understand that
있구나
the
하는
US
것을
is interested in
확인했습니다.
talking
이
to North
나름대로
Korea.
이러저러한 우리의
There
판단과
could be different
진단에
reasons
대해서
for this,
잘하고
but I
이러이러한
am
방식으로
sure of that
접근하면
intention.
어떤가라는
And so I do
이야기도 하고
believe that there
그에
is
대한
room
일정한
for
반응도
maneuver by all
하긴
of us.
했었지만 그러나 역시 중요한 것은 우리가
But
어떻게
what is
하느냐죠.
important is what we do.
그리고 우리가 어떻게 하느냐가 또 전체 상황을
And
바꿀 만큼
what
그렇게
we
우리의
do
힘이 또
may not
만족스럽지
be
못하다는
so
것도
strong
현실이고
that it can
그러나 그
change
모든
the whole
것을
path.
통해서
That is quite true.
저희들은
But through all of this,
우리가 우리의 문제를
we
해결해 가야
ourselves
한다라는
must
원칙을
find the
다시 확인하는
solutions for
것이
our
모든
challenges.
문제 해결의 출발점이
And I do
아닌가
believe that
싶습니다.
that is a
그런
starting
귀한
point to find the
깨달음을
solution.
저희에게 온몸으로 가르쳐
And
주셨던
this was
문
an
목사님을
enlightenment
기리면서
given
오늘
to
이
me
자리에서
by
논의하는 모든
Reverend
논의가
Moon. I do
참으로
hope that this
귀하고
opportunity to
실질적인
commemorate him
그러한 진전이
will be
되기를
a valuable
바랍니다. 다시 한번
opportunity
문
to
목사님을
proceed forward.
생각하면서
Once again, I am
기리면서
reminded of Reverend
그리워하면서
Moon. I miss
오늘
him very much.
토론회가 잘
And I look forward to
마무리되기를
a most
빌겠습니다.
successful
한 가지 양해를
symposium.
구할 것은
I would like to ask
조금
you
전에
for your
영상
understanding.
인사하신 우원식 의장님 계신 곳으로 저를
Well,
가야
I need to actually
동시에
visit the National
저희가
Assembly
국회가
where
본회의가
Speaker
시작돼서
Woo Won-shik
먼저 이렇게
had
자리를
spoken from
떠나가도 양해해 주시길
through the
부탁드립니다.
video. So I do need to
감사합니다.
attend the National Assembly session at 2. So I will not be able to join you until the very end. I ask you for your understanding. Thank you.
축하의 말씀
Thank you
감사합니다.
very much, Prime Minister, for your congratulatory
바쁘신 와중에
remarks.
이렇게 자리해
And we
주셔서 다시
appreciate
한번 감사의 말씀을
the fact that
드립니다.
you've taken the time
다음은
out of your busy
저희
schedule to be with
송경영
us.
눕본
Next, we
문익환
invite
기념사업회
Song Kyung-yong,
이사장님의
chairperson
인사
of the
말씀이
Munich-Hwan Memorial
있겠습니다.
Foundation, for
송경영
his
이사장님은
remarks.
길이의 신부라고 할 정도로
Chairperson Song is
고난받는
called
현장에 늘
the
함께
priest
계신
on the
분입니다.
street, and
이
he has
행사를
been a very
발의하시고
active
또
person
조직해
in this
주시기도
field, and
하셨죠.
he's also
인사
has
말씀
taken the lead in
들어보겠습니다.
organizing this event. So let's listen to his welcoming remarks.
함께 해주셔서
Thank you very
고맙습니다.
much for sharing your time with us.
준비한 말씀을 읽도록
I have a
하겠습니다.
text, so I will read.
존경하는 내외
my
국민
speech.
여러분 그리고
Distinguished guests from Korea and abroad and
위해
esteemed colleagues
함께
committed to
해주신
advancing
모든
peace and
분들께
coexistence on the
감사와
peninsula.
연대
I extend my
인사를
sincere appreciation and solidarity.
몇 문익환 기념사업회
As chair of the
이사장으로서
Munich-Hwan Memorial
오늘 이
Foundation,
국제 토론회를
it is both a
주최하고
privilege
함께하게
and a
된
profound
것을
honor to
매우
host and
뜻깊게
participate
생각합니다.
in today's international forum.
먼저
At the outset,
귀한 발제를
I wish to
해주신
express
미국
my deepest appreciation to Dr. Frank of the Stimson Center and Ms. Mary Joyce of Peace Boat for their distinguished presentations.
깊이 감사드립니다.
And I would also like to thank all of the other speakers and presenters as well. I also extend my profound respect and gratitude to the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Hwan for his congratulatory remarks conveyed by video, and to Honorable Prime Minister Kim Min-seok for gracing us with his presence today. I further wish to convey my sincere appreciation to the co-hosting and organizing institutions, National Assembly, Northeast Asia Peace and Coexistence Forum, Civil Peace Forum, and Korea Peace Action, as well as to all distinguished participants and staff who have made this forum possible. And I'd also like to thank extend my special appreciation to advisory member Kang Hee-suk of the foundation, whose lifelong prayers and steadfast commitment to peace, together with her generous support, have made this event possible. Today we have gathered to commemorate the 37th anniversary of Reverend Moon's visit to North Korea and announcement of April 2nd joint statement. Yet this is not merely an occasion for commemoration, rather it's a moment to ask again and to begin anew. 37 years ago, at a time when dictatorship suppressed democracy and division was used to justify that repression, Reverend Moon devoted himself fully to crossing the boundaries of division. His visit to the North was not merely a visit, it was an act that transformed what had once been a forbidden imagination into reality. The spirit and direction it embodied were carried forward through the June 15 Joint Declaration, the October 4th Declaration, and the April 27 Panmunjom Declaration, opening a path toward peace on the Korean Peninsula. And yet today, we stand before a reality in which that path is once again receding and drawing farther away. If the spring of 2018 was a time that opened the possibility of dialogue and reconciliation, the spring of 2026 is one in which conflict and confrontation are once again becoming structured. North Korea's nuclear capabilities have advanced, while the war in Ukraine and conflicts in the Middle East are fundamentally reshaping the international order. Strategic competition between the US and China has intensified, and the Korean Peninsula is once again being drawn to the forefront of these tensions. Above all, the two Koreas have begun to define their relationship not as a special relationship oriented toward reunification, but as one between two hostile states. This shift is not merely rhetorical, it is structural, with the potential to define the future of the peninsula. Under these circumstances, we cannot open the future with the methods of the past. Dr. Frank and Ms. Mary Joyce, who have kindly taken on the role of presenters today, approach the question of peace on the peninsula from different vantage points, yet share a common sense of purpose. Dr. has consistently emphasized a realist approach, arguing that military deterrence and diplomatic engagement must
그
proceed
대화는
in tandem.
힘의
Dialogue,
균형과
while
전략적
necessary, is
인내에
only
의해서만
possible when
가능하다는
grounded in a balance
냉정한
of power
진단입니다.
and sustained strategic
반면 메리
patience.
조이스
By
코디네이터는
contrast,
국가 중심의
coordinator
접근을 넘어
Mary Joyce has
시민사회와
underscored
국제
that
연대,
moving beyond the
사람과
state-centric
사람 사이의
approach
연결이
towards civil society
평화의 지속
engagement,
가능성을
international
만든다고
solidarity,
강조해
and
왔습니다.
people-to-people
두
connections
관점은
is
서로
essential for
다르지만
ensuring
결국
the
하나의
sustainability
질문으로
of peace.
수렴됩니다.
Though these perspectives
어떻게
differ, they
평화를
ultimately
현실로
converge
만들
on a
것인가?
single question.
이
How
질문
then
앞에서
can we make
우리가
a
가져야 할
peace?
태도를
Can we
조금
make peace a
다른
reality?
언어로 표현해 보고자
In
합니다.
addressing this question, I'd like to frame the
평화는
posture we
선언으로
must
오지
adopt
않습니다.
in slightly different
평화는
terms. Peace
의지만으로도
doesn't
오지
come through
않습니다.
declarations alone.
평화는
It doesn't
조건을
come through
만들고
will alone.
관계를
It is
쌓고
forged through the
시간을
creation of
견디는
conditions, the
과정에서
building of
만들어집니다.
relationships, and the endurance of
그런
time.
의미에서 우리는 다시 기본으로 돌아가야
In this
합니다.
regard, we must return to the
상대를
basic
이해하려는 노력,
principles, the effort to
조급함을
understand
이겨내는
the
인내,
other, the patience
과거의
to resist
성과를
haste,
계승하는 지혜,
the wisdom to build
그리고
upon past
무엇보다 우리
achievements, and
스스로
above all,
주체가
the
되겠다는
resolve to
의지,
act as
이
agents
모든
of our
것이
own
오늘의
future.
한반도에서
These
다시
are once
증대되고
again being
있습니다.
called for on the
특히
Korean
지금
Peninsula
우리는
today.
중요한
At
선택의
this
기로에
critical
서
juncture,
있습니다.
we stand at an
이중
important
경쟁
crossroads.
속에서 우리는 어느
Amid
한쪽에
intensifying
종속되는
US-China
존재가 아니라
competition, we must
스스로의
not become
미래를
subordinate
설계해야
to
하는
either side.
주체입니다.
Rather, we must
한반도의
take
평화는
ownership of our
외부에서
own
주어지는
future.
결과가 아니라
Peace on the
우리의
peninsula is not
선택과
something
행동이
granted from the
만들어내는
outside, but a
과정입니다.
process shaped by our own
그렇게
choices and
정부의
actions.
역할만큼이나
For this reason, the
시민사회의
role of
역할이
civil
중요합니다.
society is as vital as that of the
문익환
government.
목사님이
As
보여주셨던
Reverend Moon
것처럼
demonstrated,
평화는
peace has
언제나
always
제도
begun
바깥에서
outside
시작되어
formal
제도 안으로
institutions before
들어왔습니다.
making its way within
오늘 이
them.
토론회가
I
단순한
hope that today's
진단과
forum
논의에
will not
머무르지
remain
않고
merely at the level of
새로운
diagnosis and
상상력과 새로운
discussion,
실천의
but will serve
출발점이
as a starting
되기를
point for new
진심으로
imagination
기원합니다.
and renewed action.
37년 전
I also
문익환
hope that
목사님이
following the
걸었던
path
그
once
길을
taken by
이어서
Reverend Moon
남과
37
북
years
모두
ago, both
평화와
Koreas may move
공존의 길로
forward
함께
together toward
나아갈 수
peace
있기를
and
바랍니다.
coexistence.
분단을 넘어
May we meet
공존으로
again on the
대결을
path
넘어
that
평화로
leads beyond division
나아가는
to
길 위에서
coexistence
우리 모두
and
다시
beyond
만날 수
confrontation
있기를
to
기원합니다.
peace.
고맙습니다.
Thank you.
네, 말씀 감사드립니다.
Thank you very
다음은
much
오늘
for
행사를
your
공동
remarks.
주최한 한반도
Next,
평화
we would
행동의
like to
명예
invite
대표이자
from Korea
한국
Peace
기독교 교회
Action a
협의회
co-host
NCCK의 총무이신
for this
박승열
event,
목사님입니다.
Reverend Park
박
Seung-yeol,
목사님도
who is
역시
also the General
고난받는 이들과
Secretary of
늘
National
거리에서
Council of
함께하시는
Churches in
분이시죠.
Korea. He is
모셔서 인사
always
말씀
someone who is
들어보겠습니다.
by the side of the vulnerable in our society.
한반도의 평화를
Dear
염원하며
colleagues, in
이
pursuit
자리에
of
함께하신
peace,
모든
I
분들에게
extend my
깊은
sincere
감사와
appreciation and
환영의
warm welcome
인사를
to you
드립니다.
who have
오늘
gathered here
우리는
today in hope for
르폰
peace on the
문익환
Korean
목사님의
Peninsula.
방북과
Today we
사이
gather to
공동성명 발표
commemorate the
37주년을
37th
기념하는
anniversary of the
뜻깊은
late
자리에
Reverend Munikwan's
함께
visit to the
모였습니다.
North and April
이
2nd
자리는
joint statement.
단순한
This is
기억을
not
넘어
merely a moment of
인간의 현실
remembrance, but a
속에서
time to relive
평화와
in our
화해의
present
길을
history
몸으로
the faith
열어가고자
and
했던
courage of one
문
who sought to
목사님의
open a path
신앙과
towards
용기를
peace and
오늘의 역사
reconciliation
속에서
amid
다시
the reality
살려내는
of
뜻깊은
division.
자리라고 믿습니다. 문익환
Reverend
목사님께서는
Munikwan
분단의 가장
did
깊은
not
장벽
stop
앞에서도
before the
멈추지
deepest walls
않으셨습니다.
of division.
담을 넘어서
He crossed
닫힌 길을
barriers,
열으셨고
opened closed
죽임과
paths,
적대를 넘어
and chose the way of
생명과
life
평화의
and
길을
peace over the
선택하셨습니다.
language of
그
hostility.
걸음은
His journey
인간의
was a
존엄과
living expression
한반도의
of
평화를
faith,
향한
one that
신앙의
upheld human
실천이었습니다.
dignity and
오늘
pointed
우리가
toward
마주한
peace
현실
on the
또한
Korean
매우
Peninsula.
엄중합니다.
The reality we
한반도는
face
여전히
today remains
정전
grave.
상태에
The Korean
머물러
Peninsula
있고
is still
남과
under
북의
an
관계는
armistice,
깊은
and
긴장
relations
속에
between the
놓여
North and
있습니다.
South remain tense.
세계는
At the same
전쟁과
time, our
군사와
world is
핵무기
passing through a
경쟁과 기후
complex
위기가
crisis
얽힌
where war,
복합 위기의 시대를
militarization,
지나고
nuclear
있습니다.
competition, and
이러한
climate
흐름
crisis
속에서
are deeply
한반도는
intertwined.
다시금 국제적
In this
갈등의
context, the Korean
교차점에
Peninsula
서
once
있습니다.
again stands at the
특히
intersection of
국가라고
global
하는 현실은
tensions.
우리에게
In
더욱
particular,
깊은
the
질문을
so-called
던지고
two-states
있습니다.
reality raises
그러나
profound
우리는 이를
questions
체념이
before
아니라
us. Yet,
평화를
we do
향한
not
더 큰
receive this
책임과
as a resignation,
결단의 자리로
but as a
받아들여야
call
합니다.
to deeper
우리는 분명히
responsibility and
고백합니다.
renewed commitment for
우리는
peace.
다시 담을
We
넘어야
affirm
합니다.
clearly we must cross the
적대와 대결의
barriers once
논리를
again.
넘어
We must move beyond
생명과
the
공존의
logic
길을
of hostility
선택해야
and
합니다.
confrontation
이
and choose
길은
the path of
우리
life and
한반도만의
coexistence.
과제가 아닙니다.
This is not only a
전쟁과
task for
폭력이
our
확산되고
peninsula.
있는 오늘의
In a
세계
world where the
속에서
war and violence are
한반도의
spreading,
평화는
peace
본
on the Korean
세계의
Peninsula
평화와
is
긴밀히
inseparably
연결되어 있습니다.
connected to the peace
우리는
of the
혼자가
world.
아닙니다.
We do not
우리는
walk this path
평화를 위해
alone.
일하는
We
세계
walk
에큐메니컬
together with the
공동체와
global
함께 이 길을
ecumenical
걸어가고
community,
있습니다. 이러한
continuing
국제적
our
연대
shared
속에서
responsibility
우리는
for
평화를
peace
향한
amidst
신앙의 책임을
international
이어가고
solidarity.
있습니다. 오늘 이 자리에
I
모인
sincerely hope
모든
that we
평화의
all
동료들
gathered here
한
as
마음으로
companions
이
in
길을 함께
peace and that we
걸어가기를
will walk this
소망합니다.
path together with one
한반도의
heart.
평화가 본
With the
세계의
conviction
평화로
that peace on
이어진다는
the Korean
믿음 위에
Peninsula is
우리는
deeply linked to
끝까지
the peace
이
in the
길을
world,
걸어갈
we will
것입니다.
continue this
다시
journey.
한번 여러분을
Once again,
환영하며
I warmly
오늘의
welcome you
만남이
all, and I hope that
한반도
today's
평화
gathering
공존의
will mark a
새로운
meaningful
길을 여는
beginning towards a
뜻깊은
new path
출발점이
of
되기를
peaceful
소망합니다.
coexistence on the Korean
참석해 주신
Peninsula.
여러분들에게 다시
Thank
한번
you very
감사의
much for your
인사드립니다.
participation.
고맙습니다.
Thank you.
네, 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank you very
오늘
much for your
행사는 아까도
remarks.
말씀드렸지만
As you've heard
강혜숙
earlier,
늑본 문익환
Kang
기념사업회
Hye-suk, who is
고문님과
the
국회
advisor
동북아
to
평화
the Memorial Foundation,
공존 포럼 그리고 통일부의
as well
후원으로
as
진행되고
the Ministry
있습니다.
of Unification
또한 이
and
행사는
the
늑본 문익환
Korea Peace
기념사업회
Action
시민
are
평화 포럼,
all
한반도
supporting
평화
this
행동, 우리
event.
민족 서로 돕기
And
운동
in
등의
particular,
실무자들이
the
지난 몇 개월
National
동안
Assembly's
협력하여
Northeast Asia Peace and
헌신적으로
Cooperation
일해
Forum,
주셨기
as
때문에
well as Civil
가능했고
Peace
더
Forum, and
뜻깊다고
all the
생각합니다.
staff
수고해
members of the
주신
different
한 분 한
organizations have
분께
made this
진심으로 감사
symposium
인사를
possible.
드립니다.
So I take this
1시
opportunity
30분에
to thank
세션
all who
1을
have made
곧바로
it
시작할
possible.
텐데요.
So
그
from
전에 잠깐 안내
1:30 we will
말씀드리겠습니다.
be
여러분이
beginning
앉아
session 1.
계시는
But before
왼쪽
we
창문
begin
쪽을
session 1,
보시면
if you look to your left,
뒤쪽입니다. 약간. 네, 사진
if you
전시회가
look at
진행되고
the
있는데요. 37년 전
backside,
문익환
in fact,
목사님의
there
방북
is a
기록을
photo
담은
exhibit
사진들을
that
전시하고
we are
있습니다.
conducting at
최근에
the moment.
신경호
These are photos
작가님으로부터 연락을
from
받았는데요.
Reverend Moon's visit to North Korea, photos
청년
taken
시절
by
문익환 목사님이
the
방북 후
photographer, Mr.
귀국하시던
Shin.
날
And on the
목사님께서는
day that
곧바로
Reverend Moon
비행기에서
came back from
연행돼서
North Korea, he
구속되셨는데요.
was
4월
detained immediately.
13일입니다. 그
So that
역사적인
was on
날을
April
기록으로
13. And
남기기
so
위해 혼자
to
김포공항으로 가서 사모했던
commemorate or
그날의
to
풍경을
take
사진으로
photos
담으셨다고 합니다.
to
처음 공개되는 그 귀한
remember that
사진들도 몇
moment,
점 전시하고
the
있으니
photographer, Mr.
쉬는
Shin,
시간에
had
감상해
went
주시기
to the
바랍니다.
airport to take
또
these
로비에
pictures. So
간식과
those photos are
늑본
being
문익환
exhibited right now
기념사업에서
to your
제작한
left.
예쁜 굿즈가
And there's
있으니
also
많이
some
구경해 주시고
souvenirs that we have prepared
저희
from
30분부터
the
다시
Memorial
시작이니까
Foundation, which you
한
can
10분
view
쉬시고
and take
들어오시면
with
될
you
것
later on.
같습니다.
We have
감사합니다.
about 10 minutes remaining before session 1 begins. Thank you very much.
잠시 후 3부터 1세션 시작하겠습니다. 밖에 계신 분들 들어와서 자리에 착석해 주셔서 행사 진행에 협조해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 시간은 내가 정했는데, 근데 뭐 별도로 지금 시간 정해놓은 게 있어요. 20분 그리고 저기 토론은 8분. 알았어요. 응, 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 이제 그
Let us resume for session 1, the path to peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula.
뭐 오늘 앞선 행사를 통해서
Through the opening ceremony, I believe that we were able to share the meaning of this symposium already, but let me once again remark on the meaning of the symposium. I am the co-representative of Civil Peace Forum, and I am leading the unification movements as well. My name is Hwan. Pleased to meet you. 37 years ago, Reverend Hwan visited North Korea, and as you are very well aware, that visit opened a path in the very rigid division on the Korean Peninsula. And given the historic Cold War era, I do believe that Reverend Moon's visit opened the way for the end of the Cold War, and the then No administration was swept away through the Cold War, and I do believe that given that time, Reverend Moon, his visit to North Korea laid down the foundation to open a new era, and we are now living in a post-Cold War era on the Korean Peninsula. It has been 37 years since his visit to North Korea, but once again we see that we are witnessing a new era that is moving away from the post-Cold War era once again. And we are also seeing that hostile two-state theory is being presented by North Korea. And so we are seeing an unprecedented strategy for survival and development on the Korean Peninsula. Given this situation, how will we find the solutions to the challenges on the Korean Peninsula? I do hope that this will be an opportunity for us to remind ourselves of the thoughts of Reverend Moon and also to move towards peace on the Korean Peninsula. So we have actually invited prominent presenters and discussants for this session so that we will be able to talk about the practical aspects and the actions that can be taken for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Allow me to take this opportunity to briefly introduce our presenters. First, we have two presenters. First, we have Frank who is a non-resident fellow at Stimson Center. He is an expert in U.S. ROK relations. We have with us Frank Please invite him with a big round of applause. We also have with us another presenter, Hong Min, who is a senior research fellow at the Korea Institute for National Unification. Please invite him with a big round of applause as well. Let me now introduce the discussants. We are missing one person. National Assemblyman Yoon Gun-young is not here with us due to the schedule of the National Assembly, and we ask you for your understanding. During the discussion time, I will briefly explain his written remarks to you. The second discussant is Kim Sung-kyung, professor at the Department of Sociology at Seogang University. We also have with us the Deputy Minister of Unification Policy at the Ministry of Unification, Lee Jong-ju. Last but not least, we have with us Kim Chang-soo, who is a board member at the Korean National Strategy Institute and who is also a former policy director at Welcoming Unified Korea. I do believe that it would be best to minimize my statements and interventions. It is my job to be a timekeeper for the presentations and discussions, so please abide by the 20-minute presentation and 8-minute discussion. Please make sure that you are on time with your interventions. That will leave us some time for discussions between the presenters and discussants, and also dialogue with the floor as well. We will actually remind you when there is only 5 minutes remaining for the presenters and 2 minutes remaining for the discussants. So please abide by the time limit. And as you listen to the presentations and discussions, if you have any questions from the floor, since we only have 100 minutes for this session due to the time constraint, we will not be able to accept questions from the audience live during the discussion session. We are also streaming this symposium live on our YouTube channel. So for those of you who are joining us on YouTube, please utilize the Q&A window available on YouTube. And for those of you who are here on site, please utilize the question templates that are included in your proceedings. And so please hand in your written questions. You will not be given an opportunity to ask questions in person. Let us now go to Dr. Frank
Good afternoon. Thank you very much to the Munikan Foundation, Co-Representative Lee, Korea Peace Action, Civil Peace Forum, and the other members of the organizing committee for inviting me to speak at this important conference. So the theme of the conference, Peaceful Coexistence in an Era of Crisis, could not be more timely. We're meeting just a few weeks after the United States and Israel launched large-scale strikes against Iran on February 28, a war that is now threatening to reshape global politics across multiple regions, including Northeast Asia. We meet just weeks after North Korea concluded its Ninth Party Congress, which reinforced the hostile state of inter-Korean relations, but also the key to resuming U.S.-North Korea talks. And we meet a few weeks before President Trump is scheduled to meet with President Xi Jinping in Beijing, which highlights the deep uncertainty about U.S.-China competition, the future of the U.S.-ROC alliance, and the fragility of the global order that South Korea depends on for its security and prosperity. So in my remarks today, I will focus on how we can get back on the path to peaceful coexistence with North Korea in this era of crisis and instability. First, let me describe the current situation. We are nearly 75 years after the Korean War armistice, and we're in a situation where the Korean Peninsula remains in a state of unresolved conflict. There have been no official talks between the United States and North Korea for 6.5 years, which is the longest absence of talks between the two countries since they resumed engagement in the early 1990s. And if you take out the outlier period, the anomaly of 18 months of negotiations in 2018 and 2019, the US and the DPRK have not engaged for 14 years. That is the trend that we're looking at right now. And while the two sides are not talking, North Korea has advanced its nuclear capabilities, both quantitatively and qualitatively, over 50 nuclear weapons, and growing each year, and a variety of delivery systems that threatens the United States and its allies. And it's not just North Korea. South Korea, Japan, China, Russia, the US are all similarly enhancing their own military capabilities, furthering an arms race that is increasing tensions in the region. At the same time, even though 2025 was a very tumultuous year of change with high-stakes summits and tectonic shifts in geopolitical trends, US-North Korea relations remained largely static, for better or for worse. There were no diplomatic breakthroughs, and this has created a sense of gloom about the prospects for diplomacy in the coming years. And I think the fundamental problem is that there is a clash between two divergent, irreconcilable end states. So on one hand, North Korea wants recognition of its nuclear status and regime security. On the other hand, the US-South Korea alliance seeks complete denuclearization and democratic unification. These goals are incompatible, and this structural incompatibility causes problems. It fuels distrust, it undermines diplomacy, it increases the arms competition, and it increases the risks of miscalculation. And so I think for the last 15 years or so, the United States and South Korea have tried to force their goals onto North Korea by applying pressure. But pressure has not worked. North Korea is more nuclear capable today than at any point in its history. Similarly, sanctions, isolation, they haven't worked to change North Korea's calculus. In fact, they have hardened North Korea's calculus. And so this impasse has created a status quo of hostility. So the reality today is that there are two incompatible end states and no practical way to satisfy those both desired end states. Still, it's unacceptable to continue to maintain the status quo of hostility. We still have an urgent need to achieve a stable coexistence that prevents the tense stalemate from escalating into armed conflict. And I think this requires some type of mutual reassurance. So I've written about this before. I've argued that we need to move away from the status quo of hostility to a new framework of stable coexistence. And that means the major stakeholders have to de-emphasize their maximalist goals to manage risks reduce tensions, and reassure each other. And I offer a framework for stable coexistence that rests on 5 pillars. I'm only going to get into the first 2 pillars, and then I'll just briefly skim over the remaining 3. And the first pillar is mutual sovereignty. Each country needs to feel safe and secure in their own sovereignty. And that means that both sides need to recognize the sovereignty of the other side. North Korea has basically done this, but it's not clear to me whether the United States and South Korea have. President Lee has said that he wants peaceful coexistence with North Korea, and he has no intention of unification through absorption. But North Korea has said Lee's approach is still deceptive. And this is likely because South Korea still has policies that challenges North Korea's sovereignty. For example, South Korea still seeks long-term unification. Article 3 of the Constitution considers North Korean territory as part of South Korea. Article 4 of the Constitution says South Korea should seek unification based on a free and democratic order. There's still, obviously, the South Korean government ministry focused on unification. And Article 92 of the Constitution establishes the National Unification Advisory Council. So I think, arguably, North Korea could consider these aspects of the Constitution as being in support of regime change and undermining its sovereignty. So if South Korea really wants to exist peacefully with North Korea, it needs to seriously assess what types of measures would sincerely signal respect for North Korean sovereignty. Otherwise, I think South Korea will need to accept an environment of constant hostility and a complete freeze in inter-Korean relations. The second pillar for stable coexistence is to de-emphasize denuclearization. Kim Jong-un reaffirmed at the Ninth Party Congress that talks with the U.S. are only possible if it abandons denuclearization as a policy goal. I think, if Kim Jong-un didn't want to engage with the U.S., he could have done a couple things. He could have stayed silent, feeling comfortable and secure in the support it has from Russia and China. He didn't do that. Kim Jong-un could have said about the U.S. what he said about South Korea, which is that he just rejects any relationship, right? He didn't do that. Instead, what he did, he clarified he wants to engage with the U.S., but only if it's as basically equal nuclear countries and if it's about peaceful coexistence. So to jumpstart diplomacy, I think the United States and South Korea need to de-emphasize denuclearization and treat it as a long-term aspiration rather than some sort of agenda topic for any engagement. I think ignoring this North Korea concern has left us with no talks and more nuclear weapons. I think President Trump seems to recognize this approach. He has yet to state in his second term that denuclearization is his primary policy goal. In fact, in his public remarks during the 2 summits with Lee Jae-myung, President Trump has never directly addressed denuclearization. I think it takes a strong amount of message discipline to avoid that policy goal. What he instead says is he gets along well with Kim Jong-un and he's looking forward to meeting with him, right? On the other hand, I think President Lee is still somewhat wedded to the denuclearization goal. He emphasized it after the first summit in August in Washington. And then after the second summit in November, denuclearization was included in the joint fact sheet. There's some speculation that President Lee is trying to de-emphasize denuclearization a little bit, especially when he introduced the 3 new North Korea goals on December 2nd that included the phrase a nuclear-free Korean Peninsula instead of denuclearization. But we've already heard what North Korea's response was this, right? They've already said that South Korea's approach is a deceptive farce, right? So it looks like they see President Lee's measures as incremental, nuanced, but again, more of a semantic trick rather than something that is very clearly a new approach. And I think, it's possible that President Lee's commitment to denuclearization may be preventing President Trump from being more forward-leaning and explicit about de-emphasizing denuclearization. So I think if South Korea really wants to be the pacemaker for diplomacy, I think President Lee needs to be more explicit, more aggressive in persuading Trump to seek talks that explicitly is for the purpose of peaceful coexistence and does not address denuclearization. The reason I say this is because my impression is that there are no senior advisors in the Trump administration who are advocates for engaging with North Korea. So I think South Korea really is the only agent here, the only actor that has the ability, the access to President Trump, who can push for some sort of policy shift. And I should add that when we de-emphasize denuclearization with North Korea, we should also be emphasizing mutual reassurance, tension reduction, and peace building. And this means explicitly signaling to North Korea that we want new US-DPRK relations, we want to end the Korean War, and we want to work towards a peace treaty. It also means perhaps taking unilateral confidence-building measures like suspending the deployment of U.S. strategic assets to the Korean Peninsula, scaling back or suspending large-scale joint military exercises, offering sanctions relief, and ending the travel ban to North Korea. And in return, North Korea needs to dismantle its Yongbyon facility, freeze its nuclear and missile testing, and perhaps even, if possible, restart talks with South Korea. I've listed 3 more pillars for stable coexistence that I'll just describe really quickly. One is to establish guardrails that can control tensions, conflict, and de-escalation. So things like crisis communication channels, military hotlines, and reinvigorating the comprehensive military agreement. The 4th pillar is strengthening humanitarian cooperation channels. And the 5th is building a multilateral diplomatic architecture that engages other regional stakeholders like China, Japan, and Russia to help stabilize the peninsula. Some of these measures can be taken unilaterally for them, but I think ultimately for those measures to succeed, they need to happen as a result of diplomacy and engagement. And so that can only happen if the first 2 pillars, mutual sovereignty, de-emphasizing denuclearization, are achieved. So that's my framework for stable coexistence with North Korea. I'll quickly spend the rest of my remarks to address a few questions that were posed to me by the conference organizers. And the first question is, how can South Korea maintain strategic autonomy amid intensifying US-China power competition while opening a path towards peaceful coexistence? So, South Korea is clearly caught in this gravitational pull between the 2 major powers. And I think over decades, South Korea has been very effective in carefully, prudently balancing its ties to both countries. And I think this continues to be the right way forward. But, we should also recognize that a focus on peaceful coexistence is consistent with the interests of all the major parties, North Korea, South Korea, the US, and China. So I think peaceful coexistence can also form the basis for a common approach. On the other hand, I don't think denuclearization can be a part of this basis for a common approach. And the reason I say that is when I point to China, China already appears to accept North Korea as a nuclear country. There was no mention of denuclearization in the joint DPRK-China meetings, or at least in the China white paper on arms control. And we know that China is not doing an effective job of enforcing sanctions on North Korea. And there's reports that China has resumed joint ventures with North Korea, which are prohibited by UN sanctions. So I think South Korea should drive a peaceful coexistence approach with North Korea, but develop creative ways to de-emphasize denuclearization and unification, which are consistent with North Korea's interpretation of peaceful coexistence. Next question is, what impact might the recent war between the U.S. and Iran have on the Korean Peninsula and the region? So there, I think, obviously the situation is still evolving, and it could turn for the worse. It could extend longer than we hope for, but I can think of several immediate implications for South Korea. One is, of course, energy security. There's, South Korea imports about 70% of its crude oil and up to 30% of its natural gas from the Middle East. Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz has removed approximately 20% of the global crude oil from the market, and we've seen significant fluctuations in Seoul's stock market since the start of the war. There's the impact of military security. The U.S. has expended a significant amount of its THAAD air defense munitions in the Iran war, and we've seen that it's redeploying military assets, THAAD interceptors, PAC-3 systems from Korea to the Middle East. And so South Korea needs to factor this into its own defense planning. Then there's the attention issue. Trump is so consumed by the Middle East that he had to postpone his summit with China, the major issue, the U.S.-China major power competition. He had to postpone that because of what's happening in the Middle East, right? And then, of course, the lessons that North Korea is taking. North Korea has already stated publicly that its decision to maintain and develop its nuclear weapons was the right decision for a variety of reasons, but they pointed to Iran and what's happening there as a justification. So, when we ask, how can the Korean Peninsula pursue peace building without escalating military tensions? Well, I think South Korea should actively resist being drawn into the Middle East conflict and should urge a quick and peaceful resolution through diplomacy. I think the Iran case is a warning. When we think about what the alternative to diplomacy is, it's not necessarily just a state of peaceful deterrence. Like, that's what I think many hardliners think about the Korean Peninsula. If you don't have diplomacy, we can just fall back on the state of deterrence. That's not the case. I think another alternative to diplomacy is war, right? Now, we've seen that in the Middle East and with Iran, and that's what we should try to avoid. Another question is, what strategies could enable South Korea and U.S. civil society to most effectively work in solidarity to pursue peace? So this is a hard question to answer because I'm not a policy analyst. I'm a policy analyst, but I'm not an activist, right? But even from a policy perspective, a civil society strategy is difficult because in the current environment, civil society engagement mostly depends from diplomatic progress, right? It's not the other way around where there's civil society activity that leads to diplomatic engagement. You have to have the official diplomatic engagement that unlocks civil society engagement. And that's been the pattern. So when there's good U.S. DPRK relations, which was the case in the 1990s and the 2000s, that's when you had strong civil society, at least when we're talking about U.S. And South Korea. There was strong civil society engagement, and they were empowered to advance peace building at the people-to-people level. In today's environment, where North Korea has completely cut off ties to South Korea and the U.S., and there are U.S. policies like sanctions and its travel ban that prevent significant engagement between U.S. citizens and North Koreans, civil society has almost no ability to engage directly with North Korea. What civil society still does have is the ability to advocate for changes to national policy through grassroots, online, and other mechanisms. But South Korean civil society and U.S. civil society need to work together to determine a common narrative of what the right changes to policy should be. But I should add that the policy prescriptions have to be more specific. It's not enough to just say that dialogue is better than pressure, right? I think one could argue that both President Trump and President Lee believe that dialogue is better than pressure when it comes to North Korea, but that sort of thinking is still insufficient. We're entering a fundamentally new period in terms of relations with North Korea. So the alliance approach to North Korea, I think, needs to change radically as well. And then the last question is, how can South Korean youth be encouraged to embrace the peace movement as a practical strategy? So I think, South Koreans, young South Koreans have a lot to worry about because they're facing so many crises. There's the demographic sort of population disaster. There's the economic pressures, the political culture that seems to frame engagement with North Korea as being disloyal or naive. And then, of course, there's the questions about the global order being less reliable than it was a generation ago. But again, the reality is that North Korea's hostility to South Korea and the inter-Korean arms race, they're creating a Korean Peninsula environment that's one of the most dangerous situations on Earth. A miscalculation, an accident, an escalation in the DMZ. These are not hypothetical. There are the risks that every young South Korean lives with, whether they think about it or not. So I think it's important for South Korean youth to understand how peace and security directly impact their lives every day. They need to understand that the absence of peace affects the cost of living, requiring the government to allocate more money to defense spending and energy insecurity instead of things like jobs, housing, infrastructure, and economic progress. And in worst case scenarios like in Iran, the lack of peace may mean a greater risk of experiencing the devastation of war. And I think similarly, peace is not a naive hope or about being soft on North Korea. It's a practical and smart security strategy because deterrence alone cannot achieve risk reduction. I think young people deserve to inherit a peninsula that's less dangerous than the one that they inherited from their parents. So I've spoken enough. I've raised some provocative ideas that will help generate some more discussion today. Thank you very much.
예, 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
10분쯤 오버됐습니다.
You went over time by about 7 minutes, so I'd like to ask the remaining presenter and discussants to keep within your time limit.
The second presenter will be utilizing PowerPoint slides, so maybe we can ask our speakers and presenters to take their seats under the stage. And we do have live streaming on YouTube, so if you are actually using the aisle in the middle, please be aware of the camera.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. As I've been introduced, I am Hong Min of the Korea Institute for National Unification. Thank you for this precious opportunity to present at this prestigious gathering. I actually have a long presentation prepared, but due to the time constraint, I will try to be as quick as possible. But I do want to share this sense of challenge with you. In a nutshell, as you can see in my title, I would like to talk about the 5 indexes. We actually had a great presentation about coexistence from Dr. I do believe that the approach is quite similar. But the question that I raise is, when we talk about the inter-Korean relations or North Korea, they are not independent issues. They are not challenges that exist in silos. We have to understand the overall era of instability when we view the Korean Peninsula or North Korea. So I do believe that the starting point is different. We are not trying to find a solution through North Korea, but rather in this era of strategic instability, how can we secure strategic stability? And in that process, North Korea could be one challenge. So for this approach, I would like to start my presentation. When we first take a look at Northeast Asia or the Indo-Pacific, I do believe that there are many changes that are happening. We are seeing that there is military competition, and when we saw the attack on Venezuela and on Iran, as well as the war in Uzbekistan, Ukraine, there are many new weapons that are being used. Many people do not wish to use the word war. So we're not really sure if this is war or operation. And I do believe that many technologies are being utilized. For example, stealth technologies or supersonic systems or satellites, unmanned weapons, or AI-enabled weapons. So all of these new technologies are being utilized not only by the state, but also from the private sector as well. In the past, defense was solely by the state, but now it also involves the private sector, and therefore our view of national defense and strategic instability must be different from the past. During the Cold Era or the post-Cold War era, we have had a state-centered defense, but now all of that is changing. So when there is a war, and when that war expands, it's not following the order of conventional weapons going all the way to nuclear war. It's not linear anymore. It's very non-linear the way it expands. Sometimes these new technologies will go straight to nuclear strategies without going through conventional strategies, or conventional strategies may be used to threaten nuclear weapons, leading to misunderstandings and preemptive strikes. For example, like in the Old West, when you had to pull out your gun before the other person does. We are also seeing that there's an expansion despite the price tag, and that's what we're seeing in the US as well. We are seeing that because the US has absolute superiority in terms of technology, they tend to misunderstand that they have the war that they can win in just a few days. And President Trump also talked about how he can win this war in just a few weeks. And that actually is because of this sure superiority in the arms race. And so that conviction could lead to misunderstandings, misinterpretations, and wrong decision makings. That is the extent of strategic instability. During the USSR and US Cold War era, we saw that USSR and US would build nuclear weapons in order to make sure that they have containment of each other. But we are now seeing multipolarization of nuclear weapons, and therefore the situation is much more complex compared to the era of US against USSR. Currently, the situation is much more complex. We are also seeing that China, Russia, and North Korea are coming into an alliance. So when there is a war with the US, China and Russia, will they talk about using their nuclear weapons together? Or what will be the range of technologies that can be used against the US, China, and Russia against each other?
시간상 많이
Well, due to the
말씀 못
time
드리고
constraint, I will not
또
be
하나
able to
이제
go into the
한미일 안보
details.
협력이라든가 동북아의 불안정성도
We
굉장히
are also
가속화되고
seeing the
있습니다.
trilateral alliance between US,
자,
Korea,
그래서
and
전략적
Japan, which is
안정성에 대한
also
좀
leading to new
이해가 좀 필요할
instabilities.
것 같습니다. 이
So we have
전략적
to think
안정성이라는 걸
about
원래 이제
strategic
1961년이죠.
stability.
토마스
In
셸리
1961,
제시를 했던
Thomas Shelley
내용들인데
talked about this issue first.
잠재적인 적국이 있는데 그
So if there
적국들이
is a
상징적인
potential
공격이나
enemy
우리 진각을
state,
선택할
and
유인이
that potential
구조적으로
enemy state
약화되거나 제거된 상태를
has a
의미합니다.
strategic
그만큼 서로 확증 파괴에 대한
possibility
두려움 때문에
of
계속 그 억지를
making a
유지할 수 있는
preemptive
상황들이죠.
strike, that
그래서
would mean that they have to
특히 두
have
가지
a form
위기의
of
안정성과
deterrence.
군비 경제의 안정성들을
So
많이
we have to
얘기해왔습니다.
think
위기
about
안정성이라는 거는
the stability of
당장에
crisis and
군사의
also
위기
the
상황에서 어느
stability of
쪽도
an
선제
arms
공격을
race.
할 유인을 갖지 않은
So
상태.
the latter,
약화된
the
상태.
former, is when there is
위기
no
안정성 상태라고 얘기하고요.
possibility of
그
making
군비 경제의
preemptive
안정성은
strikes. But when we think about the
평시의
latter,
안정성인데
this is
상대의
about
전력
the
증강이
stability in
치명적
peace
위협이
times.
되지 않아서 여기에 대응해서
If there
지나치게
is
군중을
no sure
필요가 없는
vulnerability,
상태.
this would
이렇게
be a
근데
time
현대적으로
where
이게
you
굉장히
don't
확장이
have to
됐습니다.
make
군사
preemptive strikes.
기술이
But in reality, we are
이게
seeing
제고됨에
that
따라서
wars are
여기에
being
맞는
expanded. We are
복잡성이
seeing the
생깁니다.
development
불치 안정성이란
of
뭐냐면은
defense
이제는
technologies,
핵과
and now we are
재래식이
seeing
몇
that
가지
it is
구분되지
leading to
않습니다.
expansion of wars.
지금
We are
북한이
not seeing
보유하고
a
있는 무기도
sure,
그렇지만 미국,
clear-cut
그다음에
line
일본,
between
뭐
conventional and
거의
nuclear
대부분의
weapons.
국가들이
This is
장거리
same for
정밀
US
타격
and China.
무기들을 엄청나게
Long-range
지금
precision
만들고
strike
배치하고 투사하고
weapons are
있는데
being
이 대부분 다
developed
이중용도입니다.
and also
핵탄두도 가능하고 재래식탄두도 가능한. 그래서 도대체
deployed,
이게
and these are
핵탄두를 쏘는
dual
건지
use. It
알
can
수
be
없는
used for
상황.
missiles, but it could also be
이것도
used for
기본적으로
nuclear
중요한
weapons.
그런
And so this
교차성도
trend
볼 수
is
있고
a very
또 하나는
important change.
뭐 사이버부터 시작을 해서
We also have
우주, 그다음 지상,
cyberspace,
해상
we
어떤
have
플랫폼도 이게 다
space, and we have
슈터,
terrestrial,
쏠수 있는
and
플랫폼으로서
all of
작용하기
them
때문에
can be
이
platforms
연계성이
as
어마어마하게
shooters or
과거와
launchers.
달라졌다라는 거.
And so
그리고
that is a big change that we
아시다시피
see. And
경제라든가
as you're well
또
aware, whether it be
군사,
economy
그다음에 여러
or
정치
military
외교적인 문제들이
force,
이제는 분리돼 있지가 않습니다. 완전
politics,
통합적인
diplomacy,
방식으로
all
연결이
of this
됩니다. 그렇기
does
때문에
not
이 불치
exist in
안정성 어떻게
silos. It's all
관리하냐의
integrated.
부분이 굉장히
And
중요한
therefore, we
부분이
need to
있습니다.
make sure that we have
근데 현대적으로 봤을 때
multifaceted
공존의
stability.
안정성이라는 부분이 있습니다.
We also need to think about the
행정 국가들이 평화롭고
coexistence
조화로운 관계를
stability.
누리는 지역 글로벌 환경.
We have to have
이게
a
사실
peaceful
전쟁 규제가 아니라
coexistence
구조적
of
위협 감소,
nuclear states.
협력적인 질서
We
형성이
also
있느냐,
need to have
그 의지들이
collaborative
있느냐라는
order,
걸 이제
and we
확인하는
need to
거예요.
make sure
그러니까
that there's intention
네
to
개의
maintain
개념을 굳이 이렇게
cooperation.
정확하게 말씀드리는
So the
이유는
reason why I am
지금 얼마나
going through all of these
불안정한가를
concepts
말씀드리려고
is to talk about
자,
how
미국의 전략적
unstable the
안정성 이
current
시기에
situation
대해서는
is.
좀 시간 관계상 다
Well,
설명
due to the
못
time
드리고 어쨌든
constraint, I will not be
미국은
able to talk about the
과거
US's
서로 쏘지
view
않는
of
구조를
strategic
만들겠다라는 미소
stability.
사이의 억제
In the
구조에서
past, there was the
균형
deterrence
또는
against
그것을
USSR
좀더
so
우위로
that you
가겠다라는
can
거에서
deter
최근에
each
와서는
other from shooting one
경쟁적인
another. But
논리로
now
많이
we are
바뀌었습니다.
seeing that everything is a competition.
러시아 역시 마찬가지고
This is
중국
same
역시
for Russia
마찬가지고
and
전략적
China.
안정성 얘기들을 굉장히 많이 하고
Everyone
있는데
talks about
대체적으로
strategic
상대에 대한
stability,
전략적 취약성 때문에 이걸
but
어떻게
because of
극복하느냐
the
그래서
strategic
더더욱 많은
vulnerability that do
것들을
exist,
개발하고
there are
배치하고
more
실제
development, more
실천한다라는
deployment,
것으로
and
목표되어 있죠.
actual use as well.
자, 근데 최근에 이제 미국이
Recently,
11월, 올해 1월
last
NSS,
November
NDS
and
이제
this
국가 안보
January,
전략,
the
국가 방위
US
전략
announced
내부
the
발표를 했는데
National Security Strategy
내용들
and National
보면은
Defense
이
Strategy.
네
And
개
if we
지표를
take a look
평가를 한번
at
해보는
the
거예요.
National
미국의
Security
NSS와 NDS는
Strategy
어떤가?
and National
라고
Defense
본다면은
Strategy,
위기
we can
안정성이
see
매우 약화된
that
가능성이 높습니다.
there
왜냐하면 그
is
ND,
a
NSS
very
내용에는 MD,
low
우주망을
strategic
우주방어를 강화하겠다.
stability.
이
So they're
내용은
trying
결국은
to
상대로
strengthen
하여금
the space defense system,
선제 유인 억제
which
소위
means
이제
that
더
that
많은
is a
걸
way to
강화해서
deter
미국이
preemptive
강화하려고
strikes
하는
by
MD나
possible
우주방어를
enemies.
뚫거나 또 유사한
In
방식의
order to
방어를
make a
만들어야 된다는
preemptive
경쟁
strike
북쪽이죠.
or deterrence
결국
against the
러시아가
US,
이
now they have to
과거 이제
work with
대한민국이
space.
극초음속 미사일을 만들었던 이유도 미국이
Russia
MD에 대한
created supersonic systems because they wanted to respond to the US's national defense strategy. And so we are seeing that it's overwhelmingly weakening strategic stability.
군축, 군비 통제,
And there is
신뢰
no
구축이라는 말은
talks
등장하지
of trust
이건
building
그나마
or
예전에
arms
그냥
reduction.
상식적 그 일종의
Arms reduction
관행적으로
and
하는
confidence
어떤
building
용어였는데 그조차
were
등장하지 않습니다.
words that
그만큼
were always
최근에
used for
뉴스타트가
national
완전히
security
이제
strategy
그
and national defense strategy,
폐기됐죠.
but
그렇기
it's
때문에 사실상
actually those
실질적으로
words
지금
do not
군비 경쟁의
appear
안정성이
anymore.
붕괴된 상태.
And so we are
충분히
seeing that there
안정성이
has been
마찬가지입니다.
a breakdown
강대국의
of
전면적인
the
억제는 어느
arms
정도
reduction
관심을 갖고
regime.
있지만
So, of course,
국제적인
people
차원에서는
are interested in
곳곳에서
arms
벌어지는 전쟁의
reduction,
양상들을
but there are
보면은
wars happening
오히려
all over
강대국
the
내지는
globe.
지역 강국들이
And
그것을
so
부추기거나 그걸
we are
허용하는
seeing
시기가
that
굉장히
this is
많아요.
actually being
충돌에 앉아서
leveraged
더
by the
크게
strong powers,
지금 늘어난 상태.
which means that
굉장히
strategic
약화됩니다.
instability is
공존에 앉았음도
increasing.
마찬가지입니다. 이 내용
This is
자체는
the same
NSC에
for
등장하지 않습니다.
coexistence
어떻게
stability as
공존하겠다라는
well.
방법, 접근 의지 이건
There
전혀
is
등장하지 않습니다.
no intentions in the
북한도
national security
마찬가지로
strategy and
칠레
national
전략도
defense
안정성의
strategy
모범으로
for
쓰기 시작했습니다.
coexistence. And this is
크게
the
세
same
가지
for
정도로
North
보고
Korea
있습니다.
as
대미
well.
억제의 안정성을 낚았겠다.
So
그래서 이게
first,
소위
North
말하는
Korea wishes
위기
to have
안정성의
deterrence
파편이라고
against the
하죠.
US.
미국을 최대한 억제하는 힘을 갖겠다.
North Korea wishes to empower itself to deter the US and also to have stability over the regime. And that actually is a stability for the arms race. In this Asia-Pacific region, where we do have nuclear states, North Korea wishes to build its nuclear armory in order to respond to the US. And North Korea also talks about global stability. North Korea calls itself a nuclear state, and so North Korea is now utilizing this theory. And we are seeing that Chairman Kim Jong-un also talks about stability through becoming a nuclear state. So I think I need to keep my presentation a little bit shorter. If we take a look at the weapons being developed by North Korea, it's dual use. It's for both conventional weapons and nuclear weapons, short range for the Korean Peninsula and long range for the US. These weapons are for covering their strategic vulnerabilities, and so it is in a way threatening the possible enemy state to not threaten them. And North Korea is saying that we are developing our power to hit US mainland, and that is why North Korea continues to display these weapons to the public. The hostile two-state theory is what North Korea is proclaiming. This actually is to abandon the denuclearization framework. Recently, Chairman Kim Jong-un has mentioned that South Korea is a threat to North Korea because South Korea stands by denuclearization. Nuclearization was so that North Korea can become a nuclear state to deter the US. So it is a national goal, and it is for the national interests of North Korea. And it seems that Korea, always working for denuclearization, seems to be the one who is against their national interest. So that is why they're excluding South Korea. And they also want to dismantle the US, Korea, and Japan alliance. So whatever the administration that steps into office in Korea, there are sometimes the channel for communication is open, but in the end, denuclearization is a goal for South Korea. And so that is what North Korea is against. And we also have to take a look at the aspect that North Korea is looking to continue to have deterrence through nuclear power. But we are seeing that their theories related to having nuclear power to deter South Korea could be deemed to be actually pointing arms at the same country, and so that is why they are talking about the hostile two-state theory. We believe that there is great stress on the part of North Korea in comparing the two regimes, and so the hostile two-state theory will remove the stress of comparing the two regimes, and this will be a way to actually stir the North Koreans away from a single state theory. That is why we need to redesign the peace on the Korean Peninsula. In the past, when we talk about our policies toward North Korea, we wanted to solve the nuclear issue. We wanted to
이게 우리
see
정책입니다.
stronger US-ROK
정부가
alliance.
이 크게
And
변화된
this
게
framework never
이게
really
이 다섯
changed,
가지의
even
대목은
with
뭐냐면
we had an
국방부,
administration change.
외교부,
And
통일부
these goals
업무를
were
그냥
done
분담하는
by
건
the Ministry of National
이게
Defense
전략이
and the
아니죠.
Ministry of
이건
Unification.
수단입니다.
And so
결과적으로
all of these
우리가 가야
goals
되는
were
길은
actually not actual goals, but
비핵화나
tools.
남북관계 개선이라는 이 두 축을 가지고 선형적으로
We were
가는
always
방식이
based
아니라
on the pillars of denuclearization and
전략적
inter-Korean
불안정성에 우리가
relations.
어떻게 대응하면서
So
그
rather
전략적
than
불안정성
following
안에
this framework,
한반도라는
we have
문제가
to think
서울
about
시스템이
the
있는 겁니다.
global
결국
instability and how
전
the
세계적인
instability on the
전략적
Korean
불안정성에
Peninsula is a
대응하는
subset of
구도
that
안에서
global
북한
instability.
문제도 장기적인
And
안보를
therefore,
갖고
we need to have a
관계
long-term
개선이나
perspective
평화나
about
이런
North
것들
Korea
만들어가야 되는
so that we can
것이죠. 그러기
improve our
위해서는
relations
전략적
and
스케일에
build
대한
peace.
인식이 달라져야 돼요.
And that is why we need a new
전략적
understanding
층위로서는
of
방식이 달라져요.
strategic
과거처럼
instability.
평면적이나 일차원적인 개념이 아니라
So this is not a
상당히
linear
복합적으로
concept
연계되어
as we have
있는
seen in the
전략적
past.
층위들을 어떻게
This is
보느냐.
all
그리고
interlinked. So how are
전략적
we going
내레티브가
to
굉장히
approach
중요해요. 우리의 서사를
these
가져야 돼요.
stabilities?
우리가
And we
지금
also need our
안정이라는
own
게 뭐냐.
strategic
우리가
narrative.
어떤 짓을
What
안정으로
is
보는가.
security according to
북한
Korea?
핵만
What is
없어지면 안정이 되는
stability
겁니까?
according to Korea?
그리고
Will
남북
we be
관계가 대화만
stable
하면
if
안정이
there's
되는 겁니까?
no nuclear
질문을
weapons in
던져봐야
North
되는 거죠.
Korea? Will we be stable
그래서
if
누구와
we
어떤
are
형태의
talking to
질서를
North
가지고
Korea?
공유할 것인가에 대한
So
근본적
what kind of an
질문들을
order
던져야
are we
돼요.
going to create? We need to ask
자,
that
그래서 제가
fundamental
이제 크게
question.
네 가지, 다섯 가지의
That is
이제
why
5대 지표,
I
위기
have come up
안정성
with
좀
5
개념
indexes.
정의를 하고 핵심 질문을 던져야 됩니다.
I need to ask the
과연
questions
우리는
and
지금 당장
introduce these indexes.
어떤 충돌과 위협이 발생하지 않을 어떤 상황 관리를 하고 있느냐?
Are we
그런
managing the
안정성을
situation
확보하기
so
노력을
that
하고
there is no collision?
라는 걸 판단해야
Are
돼요.
we able
그래서
to
이거는 굉장히
secure
부사적인
stability?
요소이기도 하지만
It's a very
우리가 국제적인
military
충돌이라든가 여러 가지를
challenge,
방지한
but we
그것을
also
하기 위한
need
어떤
to
노력을 하고 있냐는
remember
질문들과
what
관계돼
efforts
있습니다.
we are
소위
making
확전사다리
to
각
secure this
단계를
stability.
우리가 구조적으로 제어할 수 있는
Do we
안전장치를
have the
마련하기
structural
노력하고
system in
있는
place
거죠. 그리고
to
우리가 의도하지 않은 어떤 확전에
deter
연루될 가능성이
wars?
있는 부분
And
그리고 북한이
is
지금
there a
핵과 재래식을
possibility
연기하고
of
있는
us
부분들 이
being
핵과
drawn
재래식이 연기되는
into
건
war
북한만 하고 있는 것이
that is
아니거든요.
unwanted?
일본도 마찬가지고
Nuclear
그다음에 중국, 러시아
card is
거의
not
대부분의
only being
국가들이
used by
핵과
North Korea,
재래식의 이 모성
but
안에서 대부분
in
다
Russia, in
결국
China,
포함하고
and
있는
Japan,
거죠.
there is
이런
a lot of
안정성에
interest
대한
for nuclear
개념과
power.
질문을 던져봐야
So we
됩니다.
need to continue to ask these
군비 경제
questions
안정성도
about
마찬가지입니다.
stability.
글로벌
This is the same
지역
for
한반도 각 스케일에
the arms
해당되는
race.
과연 이 군비 경제의 압박이 우리에게 어떤
So this
방식으로
pressure of
우리에게 어떤
arms
선택을
race,
해야 하게끔 하고 있는가를
what is it
질문을
pressuring
던져봐야
us
되는 거죠.
to
그래서
select?
우리가 그냥 단순히 이 압박을
And
수동적으로
so
견디는
this is
특수한
not just
행위자인지
about
아니, 능동적으로
enduring the
관리하는
pressure,
행위자인지에 대해서
or
특정한
are we
지표를
actually
만들어내고 거기에 대한
being
대응을 해야 돼요.
proactive in
그래서 여러 가지
responding
질문들이
to this
던져져야
pressure?
됩니다.
So we need to ask all of these
그래서
questions.
지금 말해서 뭐 결과적으로 얘기하자면은
So in the
군비
end,
경쟁을 우리가 최소한
given this
관리할
arms
수 있는
race,
다양한
are we
군비
able
통제의
to
레짐들을
manage the arms race?
다층적으로
Are we
구상하고
able
실현할
to
의지와
design
구상을
the
갖고 있는
arms
이런
race
질문들을
regime
던져야 되는 것이죠.
and participate
글로벌 지역
proactively?
한반도
So
이런
on a global
차원에서
level, in a
우리가
regional
유치한
level,
점수도
on the
있습니다.
Korean
다양하게
Peninsula
사이버,
level,
안보, 경제, 안보,
and
정치,
on different
그다음에 핵과
dimensions
재래식
such
여러
as
가지들이
conventional,
복합적으로
nuclear,
연계되고
space,
하이브리드하게 결합되고 있습니다. 이런
politics,
부분들에
and
대한
diplomacy,
전체 안정성을
all of
우리가
that is
어느 정도
becoming a
확보하기
hybrid
위해서 되는 거죠.
dimension.
연결의 안정성은 연루의 안정성입니다.
We also need to
소위
think
이제
about
연루된
the
우리가
stability
의도하지
of
않거나
connection. Will we
하기
be
싫었던 어떤 사안과
drawn
현상에
into an
연루되는
unwanted war? Is that a
그래서
possibility?
글로벌 지역 갈등과 전쟁의 자동적
And so
강제적
we need
연루되는
to
위험에 얼마나
think
우리가
about
대처하고 있고 관리할 수 있는
our
거기다 특정
response
지표들을
and
만들어내고
management
질문들을 던져봐야 돼요.
of us being drawn into an unwanted war. We need to have indexes for this.
사례로 제시한 거고요. 다양한 사례들이 존재할
There
텐데
could be
아마 그
many
사례들에 대한
examples
우리의
of
연루에 대한
unwanted
대응
wars that
관리
are
방법이
possible in
어떻게
future
되는지
scenarios.
여기에
So
대한
how will we
질문과
respond?
개념들이
We need to have the
그다음에 가장 중요한 게
concepts
공존의
and questions in
안정성이죠.
place. We also need to
남북한
have
동북아 글로벌
coexistence
차원에서 상호
stability.
위협을 감소시키고
We need to
적대적
reduce
행자들도
tension
행자들과도
between the
관리
players in
가능한
Northeast
공존 질서를
Asia.
만들어가는
We also need
의지,
to have
능력,
the
제도
determination
정치의 특정한
and
지표,
capabilities
이걸
as well as a
만들어야
system
됩니다.
to
단순히
maintain
비핵화를
coexistence. We
뭐
need to have
근본적으로 그냥
indexes
제시하고
to
그다음에
measure
대화해야 된다라는
these
이런
capabilities. It's
평면적인
not just about
정책이
let's
아니라
communicate with the North,
전략적인
but rather
불안정성을
we need to make sure
어떻게
that we have
전 세계적으로
a way to
글로벌
deal
글로벌
with
차원에서
strategic
지역 차원에서
instabilities from the
관리하냐는
global,
큰
regional,
질문
and
속에서
Korea Peninsula level.
북한과의 어떤 공존
And
방식을
given that
선택할지
framework,
이것을
within that
줄여나가기 위한
framework, we have
구체적인
to
위기
think
관리
about
체계와
how we can
동북아의
reduce
다자한
tension with
보급이
North Korea
미 중로의 구급
and
경제 참여
how this
그다음에
could be
한국 주도의
connected
이니셔티브
with
이런 것들을
reducing
충분히 만들어가는
arms
여건을
on all
통해서
players
북한
surrounding the
문제에
Korean
좀 더
Peninsula.
많은
And so I do
우리
believe
이니셔티브를 만들어내야
that
되지
we can
않는가.
create more initiatives
사실상
concerning
좀
North Korea
장황하게
if we
말씀드리면 좀
approach
정리하자면
this with a
그렇습니다.
bigger framework.
이전에 굉장히 평면적이고
So
단선론적인
in the
어떤 정책
past,
패턴에서 완전히
we
벗어나야
we
시대가 이제
had
그렇게
linear
전략적 불안정성을
policies, but
노정하고
we
있고
need to
전략적인
move away
불안정성을
from these
관리하는
linear
것보다는
policies,
단순히
given
북한이라는
the
도입적인
instabilities of the
대상을
time.
프레임화하는 것만은
We should
것보다는
not just
해결될 수 없다.
have North
이런
Korea as the
문제의식을
target of our
말씀드리면서
policies.
일단 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you very
감사합니다.
much.
네, 좀 불편하네요. 예.
So
자,
thank you very much for the presentations.
유튜브에서도 지금 질문이 들어오고 있고요.
We've been receiving questions
질문은
via YouTube
작성해서
channel
우리
as
실무자들께
well.
좀
And for those of you who are here on the floor, you can also write down the questions and submit them to our staff. So let us begin the discussion. On the discussion, as I mentioned earlier, Representative Yoon Kon-young, who is supposed to be a discussant today, wasn't able to come. And so I'm going to very briefly summarize Mr. Yoon's discussion. He talks about that overall he agrees with Frank Ahm's assessment, but he also talks about the change in the conditions that we are faced with today. And so there has to be new consultations and new discussions between the US and Iraq on their approach towards North Korea. And he also talks about the different principles for lasting peace, 6 in particular. And the most important principles would be that, for example, South Korea should endure and prepare for the right moment. Right now, South Korea should allow the US to take the lead. But again, this is a Korean Peninsula issue, which means that South Korea also has to be the master wherever you stand. In other words, we need to always be involved on the Korean Peninsula issue, and we need to take a more pragmatic approach to the issues on the Korean Peninsula. So I think those were the main points from Mr. Yoon Kon-young's discussion. The next discussant is Professor Kim Sung-kyung. In terms of time, you have only 8 minutes to give your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As have been introduced, I am Kim Sung-kyung of Seoul University. Thank you very much for this invitation to this meaningful gathering. We are here to commemorate the 37th anniversary of Reverend Muniquan's visit to North Korea and the April 2nd joint statement. I think it's a very important occasion. I did prepare my discussion in written form, and I will read off parts of my written discussion. Currently, we are living in an era where every nation is for itself, and we are living in an era of war. A significant shift in the balance of power has always been observed on the Korean Peninsula, where Cold War dynamics have continued. North Korea's nuclear development, shaped by decades of U.S. hostile policy intertwined with the division of the peninsula, has reached a level that is difficult to contain. The Russia-Ukraine war has marked a turning point that elevated North Korea's strategic standing. Over a period of time, North Korea sought to engage in dialogue with the U.S. via South Korea. However, following the collapse of the Hanoi summit in 2019, North Korea severed relations with the South and declared that it would engage in dialogue with the US only. Ultimately, North Korea has gone so far as to declare the end of the inter-Korean relations as previously structured and has defined the inter-Korean relations as two hostile states. A shifting international order and a paradigm transformation in inter-Korean relations pose particularly acute challenges for South Korea. This is evident not only in the continued pressure to make a strategic choice amidst intensifying US-China competition, but also in the fact that national identity has long been constructed around the paradigm of nationhood and unification. First, with economic and security considerations deeply intertwined, the South's diplomatic security diploma are bound to intensify. And we are also seeing that it is very difficult to forge a new societal consensus capable of moving beyond North Korea's framing of two hostile states. Accepting such a framework risks aggravating the long-standing political divisions within South Korea, which has also been an issue around division. Maintaining the traditional paradigm of nationhood and unification risks failing to respond adequately to the evolving realities. So we have to think about what is possible, and we also have to think about what we need to do in the mid to long term. To this end, I do believe that we have to establish the notion of two peaceful states. As highlighted in Frank Um's presentation, efforts should be concentrated on reducing the hostility that risks further aggravating the current crisis. As you are well aware, Chairman Kim Jong-un's statement at the 9th Party Congress has noted that the only way for South Korea to live securely, given the geopolitical reality of sharing a border with us, is to abandon all attempts to engage with us and refrain from provoking us. While this remark does not conceal hostility towards the South and may at first appear deeply discouraging, it also suggests a preference for the form of coexistence that avoids direct military confrontation. As been noted by Hong Min's written presentation, this point suggests that North Korea's notion of two hostile states may in fact constitute its own form of end-of-war declaration. In this line of thinking, efforts to delineate borders and construct the barriers along the DML can be understood not only as a rejection of inter-Korean exchange and cooperation, but also an attempt to solidify boundaries and manage risk related to military conflict. The paradigm of a special relationship formed in the course of pursuing unification, as agreed upon the two Koreas in the post-Cold War era period, should be recalibrated towards a state of state-to-state relations. We are seeing that unfortunately, inter-Korean economic cooperation and socio-cultural exchanges and humanitarian assistance has ended since 2010. The division has become so normalized that younger generations no longer even remember that there was a period of exchange and cooperation between the two Koreas. A notable shift that warrants closer attention is the weakening tendency to frame North Korea as an enemy. So we do not see a tendency in framing North Korea as just the enemy. This is reflected in the recent martial law episode, during which far-right groups unable to mobilize support through anti-North Korean sentiment instead turned to China. This suggests that North Korea is increasingly perceived and experienced as a separate state within South Korean society, which means that there is a weakening of momentum towards pursuing unification, but also social consensus around inter-Korean coexistence may be more attainable. Acknowledging the urgency of peaceful state-to-state framework is one thing, endorsing it is quite another. Constitutional provisions and National Security Act are likely to pose immediate obstacles. In order to find the solution, I do believe that we need to overcome unnecessary debate on whether we are a special relation or a two-state. We need to accept the ambiguity in finding the future solution. We need to make sure that revised laws that define North Korea as an enemy state, but at the same time, we also need to maintain flexibility in maintaining the concept of two peaceful states. Sometimes I'm criticized for this, saying that my attempt could be read as maintaining the current divided state, but we need to acknowledge our reality. We should not just talk about whether we are a two-state or not, but recognizing the current reality is more important. Another issue that we must think about is up until now, when we thought about North Korea, it was always a problem that we needed to solve, and we always came up with policies to solve the problem of North Korea. But now we have to accept North Korea as a given condition, as a reality that we must manage. And if we move in that direction, I do believe that we can exercise flexibility and accept the contradiction that do exist. I don't have a lot of time for my discussion, so I will not be able to read all of my written remarks. I'm not saying that there is no nationhood. I'm not saying that we should not strive for unification. Those should be values that we strive for, and we need to talk about this within our society. But in order to do that, we need to become a stronger nation for peace, and we do need further education related to peace. When I was writing my written remarks, I was actually writing it during the nighttime, and I felt quite emotional about this topic. And I actually found a favorite poet of mine written by the late Reverend Moon. And so, if time allows, I would like to share that poem with you. Not quite a sleep talk, yet still a sleep talk. To live history, it is to turn night into day and day into night, to overturn the sky into earth and the earth into sky, to kick at rock with bare feet and bring it down, and to be buried within it, yet with the spirit still alive, raising high the banner of freedom and letting it flutter. In this land where one must shout that a wall is a door and go through it. To live history today is to reject division with one's whole body, to cry out the armistice line does not exist, to go to Seoul Station or Busan or Gwangju and demand a ticket to Pyongyang. Having read this poem, we have no choice at the moment to recognize each other as a state and go towards coexistence. This actually may make Reverend Moon feel very sad. Having read this poem, I can see the passion being revived within me. I do hope that our generation and future generations will once again dream of unification through education, and I do believe that that is what we need to prioritize within the Korean society. This brings me to the end of my remarks. Thank you very much.
예, 고맙습니다.
Thank you.
도라산역에 가면
When we go to the Torasan station, we can see that there is a poem by Reverend Moon that is saying, "Give me a ticket to Pyongyang."
The next discussant is Lee Jong-ju, Deputy Minister for Unification Policy. Good afternoon. I am Deputy Minister for Unification Policy at the Ministry of Unification. Civil society and academia have come together to host this international symposium. It's a great honor for me to participate. And Ministry of Unification is in charge of establishing the Korean Peninsula policies of the current administration. And there's been a lot of good policy proposals put forth today, so I'd like to thank you for that. So the global order right now is one in which there's a lot of wars happening, and it seems that the logic of power is the only thing that works right now. And now North Korea has defined its relations with South Korea as that of two hostile states, and so this requires change in the Korean Peninsula policy of the South Korean government. And the Korean Peninsula right now has been defined as a grand instability region by Dr. Hong Min, and also Dr. Frank also pointed out that this current situation requires change. And so as we think about the future policies, it seems that there needs to be a fundamental shift in our policy and not just the partial changes. So the most important question right now would be, what is the type of change that is needed at the moment? The Lee Jae-myung government and Ministry of Unification has identified peaceful coexistence as the policy direction for the Korean Peninsula. So peaceful coexistence itself is being emphasized, and the Korean Peninsula policy paradigm is shifting from the very basics. And so this hostile two-state policy of the North should not become a reality. So through severance or confrontation or hostility, this is going to lead to instability and unsustainable policies on the Korean Peninsula. And so if it's not hostile to say peaceful coexistence and also peaceful coexistence as we continue to pursue reunification, we need to ensure that both countries choose this policy path. And so the Lee Jae-myung government right now is establishing the Korean Peninsula peaceful coexistence policy, and the framework, the systems, and the foundations is being established, developed and established, and we are pursuing these goals in tandem. And the first step towards realization of the goals is that we have to begin from looking at North Korea as partners of peaceful coexistence. And the three principles are respect for the North Korean system, not pursuing unification by absorption, and not pursuing hostile policies. And this means that we recognize and respect the North Korean regime, and we want to be a reliable and a good neighbor that can coexist with North Korea on the Korean Peninsula. And the Ministry of Unification, through its peaceful coexistence policy, would like to lessen the threat perception of North Korea and also build trust, mutual trust once again. And right after its launch, we have stopped the propaganda broadcast at the border areas. The peace actions that we can take, we continue to identify those and take those measures. As Professor Kim Sung-kyung has just mentioned, North Korea right now had the 9th Workers' Party Congress and talked about sovereignty and the systems and institution development. It mentioned the pursuit of stability and security. And so whether other countries choose whatever choice, policy choice that the other countries are making towards the North Korea has identified its own policies, and South Korea is being aware of this change coming from North Korea, and now we are going to pursue our policy towards the North based on peaceful coexistence. And the 5 principles set forth by Professor Dr. Were very important. And so the reality right now is that there are incompatible goals. And so a unified Korean Peninsula right now, we need to find creative ways to ensure that that long-term goal can coexist with the shorter-term goal of peaceful coexistence. And so, Dr. Hong-min talked about strategic instability, how we can change that to strategic stability. He talked about the different indices that are necessary. And so in terms of the methodology of realization, we need to take specific threat reduction measures to make this possible. And the 2 presenters have given us great ideas for the Ministry of Unification to reflect in our future policies for us to think about. And Professor Kim Sung-kyung talked about the fact that we need to have realistic direction for the future, and we need to take on a flexible methodology. And the MOU agrees fully with this. Peace and unification is directly linked to the lives of our public as well. And the change in the policy of the Korean Peninsula is not something that the government alone can make. In establishing and carrying out the policies, we need to ensure there's full participation from the public, and we need to understand what the public wants. And the MOU is very much aware of the need for this process. And so the private sector or the civil society can take the lead, and the government will provide support for social dialogue. And this social dialogue will be a practical site for in-depth discussion among the different stakeholders. I'd like to ask questions, one question to each of the presenters. First to Dr. Frank this is my question for you. So peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula includes not just the 2 Koreas, but also the neighboring countries as well. This is most befitting the national interest of the different countries. And so we need to have this peaceful coexistence in the interest of all different countries. In May, you're going to have the U.S. China summit, and so if the two major powers show their commitment to peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula through their summit, then it's going to be a very good beginning point for making that happen. In the time drawing closer to the May summit, what are the steps that South Korea should be taking? What are the steps that we should be taking in order to make this happen? To Dr. Hong Min, you talked about the strategic stability, the different models, and the crisis, and the conflict, and the ways that we can secure strategic stability. You gave good ideas. And to make this possible, in the border areas, we have to ensure that there is a low level of military trust that we begin to build. And that's going to also should lead to broader, bigger models, longer-term models as well. And in that process, how can we encourage the neighboring countries to support this process? What do you think will be the most flexible approach that we could be taking to make this happen? So we have this broader Northeast Asia and the the Korean Peninsula peace regime to draw out support from the neighboring countries and the region as a whole. Where should we begin? Should we begin from a specific area or specific theme? What would be the better approach for us to make this a reality? So this is all for me. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
마지막 토론입니다.
The last discussant is Mr. Kim Chang-soo.
네, 반갑습니다.
Pleased to meet you.
사회를 보신 이승환 선배님은
Mr. Lee Seung-hwan, who is leading session 1,
저는 토론자와 사회자 관계지만은
on a personal
힘이
level,
선후배 관계일 수도 있기 때문에 제가 8분을
is
그런 것을
a
조금만
senior
넘어가면 어떤
to
효과가
me,
있을지 알 수가 없습니다.
and so I don't know what he would do if I use more than 8 minutes. So I'm going to actually put a timer here so that I keep within 8 minutes. Whenever I participate in a discussion,
표하신 내용을 토론자를
it's
참여해서
a
날로 먹는다는
opportunity to actually become a free rider on the great presentations that are made by the presenters. So as a discussant, I think it is my job to be true to my role as a discussant.
우선은 제 토론은 제일 마지막에 있는
At the very end of my discussion, I talk about the significance of the April 2nd Declaration. The core of the April 2nd Declaration is that in March of 1989, it was when the whole world was swept in post-Cold War transformation. The reason why we have seen the development of inter-Korean relations was because of the sweep of the post-Cold War transformation. At that time, Reverend Kwan traveled to Pyongyang, and that became the first breakthrough. The April 2nd Joint Declaration was notable for resolving two core issues. First is related to the military issues and communication at the same time. So we can see that it solved the two issues simultaneously. And second, there was always a gap in the opinion between the two Koreas concerning gradual unification and all-at-once reunification. And South Korea advocated a gradual, phased approach. And so, being gradual and simultaneous, I think, led to consistency. If we continue our consistent socio-economic exchanges, it could lead to stability for coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, and making sure that it's gradual also means that it will be held steady. The reason why we're in a very difficult situation between the two Koreas is because of the lack of consistency. I think there's 5 reasons why there is a lack of consistency. First, there's the lack of the long-term national vision. And under the current 5-year presidential term, there was a change every 5 years. And there's also people who are using the inter-Korean issue as a political propaganda. And when we talk about denuclearization, it could be linked with joint US-Korea exercises. Given this situation, I have a question for Dr. Frank. Given the limitations and constraints, so there are many limitations and constraints, such as sanctions, joint exercises, nuclear issues. According to Dr. South Korea still maintains policies that structurally challenge North Korea's sovereignty, and you talked about the Korean Constitution. But at the same time, the Constitution provisions actually does have limits in acting as a justification for debates. So I'm saying that it is not a sufficient provision. So I would argue that discussions framed around these constitutional provisions have limited value as concrete improvement proposals and risk getting bogged down in debates over justification. I would like to welcome the presenter's view on this. Then if we go to Dr. Hong, well, in your original written speech, you talked about how North Korea perceives South Korea's policies, whether from progressive or conservative governments, including the pressure approach, the virtuous cycle theory of inter-Korean and DPRK-US relations, and the pacemaker concept are ultimately pushing the US to press for change in North Korea. If we take a look at the two-state theory, it actually comes after the failure of the Hanoi summit. So what North Korea is trying to do is to talk to the US. And I think we can see the clear strategy of North Korea ever since the 9th Party Congress. So I do believe that we can envision a new inter-Korean dynamic emerging from the DPRK-US talks. If not, inter-Korean relations risk becoming permanently locked into a framework of two hostile states. If the US-China summit is held, do you believe that it could lead to the US-North Korea summit? Of course, the US-China summit has been delayed because of the war in Iran, but I don't know if the preparations are being made for US-DPRK summit. And I do believe that we can see changes in the inter-Korean relations if such a summit would happen. What is your opinion? The current inter-Korean relations is based on the hostile two-state theory of North Korea, as well as Trump's policy towards North Korea, and Trump's Don Road doctrine and the war in Iran, and the fluid dynamics of the US-China rivalry. So we are in a very different situation. Given this environment, I have a question to Dr. Trump is consumed by the Middle East. North Korea diplomacy is now even less likely to receive attention. The Iran case reinforces his conviction that nuclear weapons are the ultimate deterrent and will accelerate North Korea's weapons and development. This is what you mentioned. But my thoughts are a bit different. Even before the Iran war began, North Korea's 9th Party Congress was held. And because of the war in Iran, we were not able to concentrate on analyzing the 9th Party Congress. But at the 9th Party Congress, what they mentioned is different from the 8th Party Congress, because at the 8th Party Congress, they talked about strong military power. But at the 9th Party Congress, North Korea is laying out the plans to strengthen its defense capabilities. North Korea elevated nuclear weapons from a deterrent to a war-fighting tool. I think this is quite notable.
유기적으로 혼합해서 사용하는
North
전략을
Korea can
타협했습니다.
be
이것은 한미
is
동맹이
outlined a
핵과
strategy of
통합이라는
organically
CNI라는
integrating
그런 작전
conventional
계획을
and
수립하고
nuclear
있는데
weapons.
이와
This is a
동일한
direct
방식으로
response to the
한국과
US
제대로
ROK alliance's combined nuclear and
이렇게
conventional
이야기하고 있습니다.
integration operational
그리고
plan.
또한 북한은
North Korea also
AI하고 우주,
designated
신에너지
AI,
이 세 가지를
space
3대
technology,
핵심
and new
지식산업으로
energy
3대
as
핵심
three
신산업으로
core
설정했습니다.
strategic
이건
industries.
그냥 우리가 보통 AI 시대에 강조하는
So in this
것과
AI
똑같습니다.
era,
저에
we
대해서
always
주목해 볼
emphasize
만한
this, but what is
이렇게
notable
3대
here
신산업으로
is that
이 설정한 것을
North
바탕으로
Korea
해가지고
designated
경제
these
건설과
three
국방 건설의
industries,
공동 기반으로 삼겠다.
and North
북한이
Korea is looking
적극적으로
to
뭐
create this
경제와
into a
국방과
common
경제적
foundation for
성장과
economic
초청 차원이
and
다른 문제.
defense
그러니까
development,
이건
which is
마치 이제
different from the
미국에서
economic
작년
development
12월
plan of the
26일
past.
날
This
끝났네요.
effectively institutionalizes, I can see my 8 minutes are
괜히
over.
말씀하셨네요.
I regret that I put this timer
미국에서
on.
제네시스 미션이라는 것을
So
발표했습니다.
the
제네시스
US
미션 한마디로
actually
말씀드리면은
announced the
지금
Genesis
미국이 안고
mission
있는
last
많은
November.
모든 문제입니다. 모든 문제들을
This
기술
means
혁신을
that
통해 가지고
all
단기간
of the
해결하겠다는
challenges of
겁니다.
the
근데
US
북한이 밝히고
should be
있는
solved
건 이번에
in a
코타
short
단계에서
amount of
밝히고
time
있는 건
through
역시
technology.
민군 협력을 하겠다는 것은
North
제네시스
Korea is
미션을
also
모방하는지
looking
아닌가 이제
to
그럼
combine
제가
economic
이렇게
and
코타
defense
단계
development, and I
내용을
think they are
말씀드리면
benchmarking the
북한이
Genesis
이렇게
mission.
국방력을 강화하는 거는
Given
이제
that North Korea
몸집을 키웠다.
is
이제 몸집을
already
키웠기 때문에
announcing that they
미국하고
will
본격적인 협상에 나설 수 있다.
engage in military buildup, I think it seems likely to maintain its posture of setting conditions for dialogue with the US based on continued military development.
반미 자주를
Trump is
국가 정체성을
unlikely
삼고 있는
to
북한이
abandon efforts to
미국을
engage
가장
North Korea
적대적인
entirely.
국가로 해야지 남한을 가장
And
적대적인 국가로 하고 있습니다.
it seems that
이것은
North
무슨
Korea
말이냐면
is saying that their biggest
2026년도는
enemy is not the
북미 대화가
US but
시작되는
Korea.
시점이라는 것을 저는 북한이
And I think
감지하는
that in
거라고 생각합니다.
2026,
아울러서
North Korea is
이것이
looking
가지고
to
있는
talk
의미는
to the
남한을
US.
끼지 말아라 하는 거예요.
And they are trying to
어쨌든
exclude
간에
South
이제 이런
Korea.
변화된 상황 속에서
So
우리에게
given
새로운
this different
전략과 새로운
situation,
사고가 필요하다고
we need
생각합니다.
new approaches and new
이상으로
strategies. Thank you very
예,
much.
고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
지금 토론자들께서 몇
Our
가지 지금
discussants
그 사회자,
have
아니,
presented
발제자에게
a few
질문을
questions
드렸는데
for our two presenters.
사실상 질문 내 내용이 굉장히
If you look at the questions, the quality of the questions, they're quite provocative and they require a lot of time to answer. But unfortunately, I'll be able to give just 3 minutes to our two presenters each. So for the next 3 minutes each, you can briefly answer the questions that have been presented to you. For the remaining time, we're going to use that for me to summarize the questions that we have received, both online and offline, to our presenters. So we will proceed that way. So Frank, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you very much for the great questions. So regarding the Constitution, as a U.S. citizen, someone who's not a South Korean citizen, it's not appropriate for me to be too prescriptive about matters related to the Constitution and the issue of unification, which is a deep historical, psychological issue, right? But my point is that as an outsider, when I look at the Constitution, when I look at Lee Jae-myung's policy of peaceful coexistence, but that includes denuclearization, it seems inconsistent with North Korea's approach, fundamentally inconsistent. There has to be some reconciling of that inconsistency, right? When South Korea says that North Korean territory under our law is a part of our territory. We seek unification under a democratic market-led order, right? In that order, there is no place for Kim Jong-un and the North Korean government. So I'm just pointing out that inconsistency. I think regarding the U.S.-China issue, so I think Deputy Minister Lee brings up a pretty good suggestion, and it may be worth pursuing. I will point out that for China and the U.S., my sense is that North Korea is not a priority. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't really come up at all during the summit. I don't think China would necessarily object to peaceful coexistence. I think it aligns with China's approach, so they shouldn't be too objectional about that. But I think from the U.S. side, the term peaceful coexistence historically has baggage, has a negative connotation. The term peaceful coexistence was used by the Soviet Union during the Cold War. China has used the term peaceful coexistence, so I'm not as sure that the U.S. be willing to sign on. In any case, I just don't think that the U.S.-China summit will talk about North Korea in that way. China tends to support the approach where the U.S. and North Korea should resolve things by themselves, and China doesn't want to get involved at this stage. So that's my general sense there. Thank you.
예. 여러 질문 주셨지만 제가
There were many
다
questions addressed to myself, but we have limited time.
시장님이 말씀하신 내용
Well, Deputy Minister
사실 이제 여기에 대한
Lee
구체적인 이제 내용들이
asked a question,
제시돼야 되는데
and I think it actually calls for very detailed answers.
글로벌 차원과 그다음에
If we take a look at the global level and the regional level and the Korean Peninsula level, as well as inside South Korea, we need to have simultaneous movement. So it's not about moving from one to another, but it has to happen at the same time on all levels. We need to have a system to enable this. In order to do that, as I mentioned before, we need to have our strategic narrative. If we take a look at the international events and regional events, we were always trying to just catch up. We don't have insights into the events in the region and around the world. So we need to overcome this limitation. And we need to make sure that we play a role as a regional planner at the very least. Although we may not become a global planner, in order to become a regional planner, we need to have our own strategic narrative, to have our indexes in place, to make sure that we check where our vulnerabilities are. There are many preemptive measures that are needed to prevent collisions with the North. These are ways to express that we do not wish to take hostile action, and I think that could be a good starting point. From the Northeast Asia perspective, the arms race is quite serious. Long-range precision strike weapons are being developed by Japan, Korea, China, and the US, and we have an immense amount of long-range precision strike weapons in this area. In this situation where we have an issue with the microphone. We are not receiving sound into the interpretation booth. So we do need to make sure that we come up with this initiative. We can propose this initiative and lead these initiatives. And I do believe that that could be a role that we can play. But currently, we are quite passive. We are just in a position where we're just trying to endure all of the pressure. But we need to play a more proactive role. We have an issue with the sound system. We are not receiving sound into the interpretation booth. Please check the microphone for interpretation.
중국 러시아 그 미국 간의 소위 이제 완전한
Between the US, China, and Russia, there is no perfect
노력을 해야 되겠고
arms
거기에
control
한국이 어느
regime.
정도 국제기구
And I do
통한
believe
국제적인
that
사회
through
목소리를
international
거기에 대해서
society and
얘기를
international institutions,
필요성,
Korea
이런 부분들이
could
적극적으로 좀
raise
들어갔다고
our voice.
보여지고요. 그다음에 이제 김창수 선생님께서 얘기해 주신 부분이
We have also heard from Mr. Kim Chang-soo.
네. 그 어떻든 2019년 하노이
In 2019, there was the Hanoi summit, and ever since the summit, the hostile relations continue to build up. I can relate to that. Deputy Minister Lee Jong-ju and Professor Kim Sung-kyung also talked about this, and Chairman Kim Jong-un in his New Year's address talked about coexistence, stability, and development. So peaceful coexistence means that he wishes to improve relations with the U.S. Safety means non-interference. And so that actually is related to the peace treaty, and development is about sanctions, how North Korea is limited in development because of sanctions. And if these three issues can be solved, then instead of the hostile two states, we can move towards two states. But if we are not able to solve these three issues, I don't think we can expect North Korea to start talking to South Korea and removing hostile from hostile two states. And because of this, the possibility of U.S. DPRK talks is becoming lower. The U.S., will it actually send a message that it could improve the safety and regime of North Korea? I do believe that ever since Iran, the attitude of North Korea will become even more passive. So I do believe that Chairman Kim will look to not provocate Trump and also not engage in direct conflict with the Trump administration. That will probably be the position of Chairman Kim. So they may manage the messages to make sure that there's no provocations, but they will probably not engage in active dialogue with the Trump administration unless something meaningful comes from the U.S. first.
Yes, we don't have much time remaining in this session. And in the remaining time, well, we have received several questions, both online and offline. So I'm just going to mention 3 or 4. Okay, let me summarize once again and then designate who can answer this question. One question was about, well, there were a lot of questions that had similar main message. And so sending a signal that North Korea's regime is being respected, that may require change in the constitution of South Korea, and also recognizing that we are two different countries. But at a lower level, is there a measure that we can take to send that message of respect for the regime to North Korea at a lower level? So I think this question is for Dr. Frank. And next, this is a question that we received via YouTube. So similarly, this has to do with the respect for mutual respect for each other's regime or systems. And why is it that USFK withdrawal issue has not been mentioned in relation to that? And on this question also, Dr. Frank maybe you can try to address that, the USFK withdrawal issue. And another question that we received via YouTube is on inter-Korean cooperation and mutual cooperation, joint frameworks or projects that will enable this inter-Korean cooperation. Is there any discussion? Is there any initiative that has begun that can be shared with us? And if there is such an initiative, then we will have to work to reduce or lift the sanctions against North Korea from the UN. So is there any such discussion that is ongoing? That's the question presented. And maybe this question also, Dr. Frank, if you can introduce to us if there's any such initiative that's ongoing, we would appreciate that. Another question that we received from the floor here is that right now about 80% of the North Korean people are said to be malnourished. But if we look at the Inter-Korean Cooperation Fund, we have ample fund to address this issue, but we try to send about 300,000 tons of food aid to North Korea, but there continue to be a lot of hurdles. And so even today, we have the ability to cooperate with North Korea via China or other or other routes. But why is it that the current South Korean government is less than proactive in trying to pursue cooperation with the North? Maybe on this question, Deputy Minister Lee Jong-ju can answer this question. So I know it's a difficult question to answer, but anyhow, we will be listening to the answers, 2 minutes each from Frank and Lee Jong-ju. Maybe Deputy Minister Lee Jong-ju would like to go ahead first.
Well, you talked about how there is 1 trillion won in the cooperation fund. That is true. But we are actually executing less than 10% per year. So we are not being able to use the fund currently. The fund is targeted for food aid, for example, to provide humanitarian aid to North Korea. From the Ministry of Unification, we actually want to execute this fund according to what this fund was intended to be. Currently, North Korea is saying that we are hostile to states, and even before that, they have rejected all humanitarian aid from South Korea. That is the position of North Korea. For the programs that we support through international organizations, that is also being rejected as well. So we are actually looking for ways to help North Korea. That is the current situation. So I do believe that for us to go back to direct humanitarian aid towards North Korea, it's very difficult because North Korea feels threatened. So I do believe that we can look for other ways, such as going through multilateral organizations or international organizations, so that North Korea does not feel a threat, but at the same time, we can provide practical aid to North Korea. I cannot provide you with a clear-cut answer for this question, but we are looking for other ways. I do believe that many of you here today are people with experience of providing humanitarian aid on the field. And so, with your experience on the ground, I hope that you can provide us with some input and ideas. And I hope that we can provide a way to provide humanitarian aid and use the fund as it is intended. Thank you.
Dr. Frank, please hold the microphone to the middle to ensure that you can be heard well.
Okay, so I'm not sure I understood all the questions, but really quickly, USFK withdrawal. So during the negotiations between the U.S. and North Korea in 2018-2019, the U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo emphasized that North Korea did not bring up USFK withdrawal at all during those talks. And I think it was similar when Kim Jong-il met with Kim Dae-jung in 2000, that USFK withdrawal was not an agenda item. One concern might be with President Trump suggests that that could be an issue. But even recently, I don't think President Trump has threatened USFK withdrawal, because I think U.S.-South Korea relations tends to be relatively good at the moment. Regarding respect for North Korean measures, I think that's maybe a level below something like the Constitution. I think it would be helpful to respond directly to what Kim Jong-un, Kim Yo-jong mentioned that is offensive to them, right? I think it's helpful that the Lee Jae-myung administration has taken measures like, stopping the leaflet balloons or broadcasts, these unilateral measures that can help reduce tensions. I think those are positive. And any other steps that respond direct. So not coming up with what you think might be reducing tensions, but respond directly to what North Korea is asking for. That's probably the most respectful way.
Thank you very much. There is much to discuss under this topic, but unfortunately, we are out of time. North Korea has declared hostile two states
전국적
And
민족 해방
this
통일,
actually
그리고 그 수단으로서
is
전쟁을
that
포기하는
a meaning
의미도
that
있는
it is
거기
giving
때문에
up war as a
우리가
tool for
이것을
unification.
평화적인 두 국가
And therefore,
그리고 그
we need to
이후로
shift towards
가는 길에
peaceful two
앞당기는 것이
states
지금 우리의
and
과제예요.
beyond,
이것이
and making
그래서
sure that
그런
we get there as
지점에서
quickly as
오늘
possible
저희가
is the
확인할 수
task at
있는
hand.
여러 가지
I
유용한
do believe that there are great insights that we can draw from this session.
시간이 많이 지체된 거
We
여러분들에게
are a bit
사과드리면서
behind schedule.
그리고 세션
I apologize for
뜨거운
this.
박수로
This brings us to the
마치도록
end of session 1. Thank you very much.
가지셨나요? 네, 저희 이제 2부 순서 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 밖에 계신 분들은 네, 음료는 안에서 가능한데요. 과자 종류는 스낵 종류는 밖에서 드시고 네, 빠르게 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네. 안녕하세요. 오늘 문익환 방북 4.2 공동성명 47주년 기념 국제 토론회 위기의 시대 한반도 평화 공존의 길 세션 2 사회를 맡은 저는 시민평화 포럼 사무처장으로
And the moderator of session 2, I am the co-executive director at Korea Peace Action. My name is Choi Susanna. It's nice to meet you today.
네, 앞서 1세션에서는요.
So in session 1, in the earlier session, we had the experts talk about the current situation and find ways for peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. In session 2, we have different civil organizations, representatives participating who will be talking about the civic action strategies that they are pursuing. So when we try to begin peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, before government level steps have been taken, previously we had civic society engage in actions first. So we had Reverend Moon and also religious groups as well as different civil organizations, NGOs take the measures first. So in this session, we're going to look at what civic peace actions we can take in order to try to make a breakthrough in the current impasse in our relationship and to find clues for us to move forward. So we're going to talk about how we can begin that process. I'd like to introduce to you our 6 discussants in this session. First, we have Lee Ye-jung, Director of Programs at Korean Sharing Movement. Next is Mary Joyce, who is the International Coordination of Peace Boat. And third, we have Father Jung Soo-yong, Vice Chairperson of Korea Reconciliation Committee of the Archdiocese of Seoul. Jung Joo-jin, Director of the Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution. Hwang Oh-seop, Executive Director of DMZ Peace Life Park. And Ko Yu-kyung, Policy Director at the Pyeongtaek Peace Center. So first, we'd like to invite Lee Ye-jung to talk about domestic and international civil society strategies for peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. So please give a warm applause to Director Lee Ye-jung. Thank you very much. I am Lee Ye-jung from Korean Sharing Movement. So I'm going to talk about the domestic and international civil solidarity strategies for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Earlier, or after me, the details will be discussed by the ensuing discussants. So I'm going to talk about the big picture, what the current situation is, what we can do on a broad scale. As you know well, we had the first North Korean nuclear crisis, and 30 years have passed. There's been a lot of discussions and consultations and agreements and negotiations that have happened, but ultimately, we have gone back to the ground zero, and we see a repeat of this happening. And so, and this current impasse right now is being protracted. I think this is the longest protraction that we've had since a long time. So that's the current situation. And this is leading to a lot of fatigue. People are getting tired. And the problem is that the peace issue on the Korean Peninsula is disappearing from the agenda of discussions among different people. And this is happening not just on the Korean Peninsula, but globally as well. And Dr. Frank Gum is here with us, but a few years ago, we visited the US and we were engaging discussion with Dr. Ong at that time. And he also mentioned at that time that there's great fatigue in the United States about the North Korean issue. There's been no progress. And so because of this high level of fatigue, North Korea is being pushed aside as an important agenda. So this has been happening for a long time in the US society. But even in Europe right now, we are sensing that this is happening, which leads to great concern. As you know, in 2024, late 2024, North Korea sent troops to the Ukraine war. And this has led to a very negative turn on the different countries' perception against North Korea. So, we were able to sense this change in this perception about the North as we were carrying out our activities and meetings. So the diplomacy, the use of diplomacy or the attempt to use diplomacy has weakened, certainly. If you look at the situation in South Korea also, it's quite similar as well. So the South Korean government has announced its policy of peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, but I think they are still talking about just the basic principles. And to realize this policy in terms of the specific actions being taken, it's difficult for us to sense what are the concrete actions. And now I'd also like to talk about the civil society organizations. What is their current situation? What is their perception? Professor Kim Sung-kyung mentioned this earlier, but rather than hostility, right now it seems that there's indifference. So there's a lack of interest in North Korea issue, and there's a lot of skepticism about the prospects for resolving the inter-Korean issues as well. So in this situation, what role should the Korean civil society organizations to play? The first and most important, I believe, is we must ensure that peace on the Korean Peninsula stays on the discussion tables in Korea and beyond. And because issues not even discussed cannot be resolved at all. But the problem is that the capacity of civil society today has weakened a lot. Its influence has weakened. And so even among or within civil society, those organizations dealing with peace or Korean Peninsula issues, in terms of their number, their capacity, their influence has weakened a lot. It's the same globally as well. Previously, when we had good relations with North Korea, a lot of different organizations talking about cooperation with the North or helping North Korea, they were quite numerous, but that number has declined a lot lately. It's important for us to face the current situation, the reality as it is, and then think about what are the capacities that we should be putting together and what is the message that we should be sending out in a common fashion. So in thinking about the common message, this symposium is talking about peace on the Korean Peninsula, and there are different claims that this Korea Peace Action, which is an organizing platform of this symposium, has proposed 5 things: cessation of war, peaceful coexistence, cessation of hostilities, mutual respect, immediate resumption of dialogue, and improvement of different bilateral relations. So civil society must continue to raise our voice, particularly in advocating for making an end to the war and normalization of relations as an entry point of dialogue. Looking back at the past 30 years, the end of war or normalization of ties, those were regarded as or given as rewards for North Korea's good behavior. So I think that was our basic mindset as we engaged with the North. But the war has still not ended, and so the other side still remains as an enemy. And if the other side is an enemy, you cannot build trust with them. And so that has been the situation for the past 30 years. However, if we try to cool down and rethink or reassess the current situation, I believe that the most basic step towards dialogue or progress in negotiation is looking at the other side as a dialogue partner rather than an enemy. So we shouldn't look at the help or the cooperation with North Korea as a reward for good behavior, but rather this is the most, looking at the other partner as a dialogue partner is just a simple basic step that will allow dialogue to happen again. And so I believe that the civil society should be raising a stronger voice on this needed change. Looking at the domestic solidarity strategy, as I mentioned, the capacity has weakened, its influence has weakened. And so how can we be more efficient? in our approach, more economical in our approach, and considering the current limited capacity. That's what we need to think about. And so what we have chosen is that there are policy-oriented initiatives that we can take aimed at expanding our influence over decision-making bodies and advancing our positions. So, it's important for us to have close communication with the government policymakers. It's very important because they are making the official policies. And so, of course, the peace on the Korean Peninsula, this issue is closely connected with government-level affairs, such as inter-Korean relations, diplomacy, security, national defense. And so this would be very important. But we also have to understand that policies on the Korean Peninsula are not sustainable without public understanding and support, particularly considering the issue of fatigue that many societies are experiencing. And even political scientists, even the analysts or the experts, point to the South-South conflict that still continues to happen or even worsen within South Korea right now. So the South-South conflict has really come to the fore, and it is polarizing our society. And so if we're going to discuss or try to address peace on the Korean Peninsula, we have to make sure that we find ways to meet with the public more often, to make them be exposed to this issue more often in order to draw out their understanding and support. And on February 10th, the Korea Peace Action held a General Assembly, and we adopted key initiatives for this year. And the most important would be Citizen Peace Action. And also, we began, as part of this Citizen Peace Action, a monthly peace walk. We launched this in March. So, we have the participants wearing messages such as Stop Hostility or End the Korean War on their bags, shirts, and they walk together along different sections, tracking sections. So I'm presenting just one example of things that we can do to send a message of peace to the public to encourage their participation. And also, in April 25, we'll be having the Korea Peace Action will be holding a grand Congress for peace on the Korean Peninsula. So we encourage your participation. One thing that I'd like to also talk about is that in terms of international solidarity and the needed strategies, in December of last year, the KSM, Korean Sharing Movement, where I am a part of, hosted the International Conference on Peace and Cooperation on the Korean Peninsula in the US. So during this program, we met with the different stakeholders, such as the key US congressional offices, State Departments, Korea Desk, UN Secretariat, Korean American peace organizations as well. And also in the planning stage, we held close consultations with the US organizations, the AFSC, NCNK, MCC, Women Cross DMZ, and others, in order to identify the appropriate speakers, prepare agenda, and consider how best to engage and persuade them. That is because the relevant local organizations are most reliable experts on what interests the U.S. public and how to gain their attention. But for the U.S.-based organizations, I think this program was quite helpful as well, because it provided renewed momentum as they were working on peace on the Korean Peninsula. It enabled them to see firsthand that others across the globe share their commitment. But this is not going to be effective overnight. We need to have continuity and consistency in this effort. And when there is an opportunity, we should find ways to leverage our strengths to support each other. Another thing that I'd like to mention is that as we were concluding this Congress, Keith Luce, the Executive Director of National Committee on North Korea, said that ensuring that our message as stakeholders of peace on the Korean Peninsula reach our own society and the international community in North Korea is a task we must not stop pursuing, because the US and different stakeholders and other countries are indeed listening, and what has communicated is being shared. Thank you very much.
고맙습니다.
Thank you. Director Lee Ye-jung talked about the domestic and international civil society strategies for peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. Thank you very much. She talked about both the domestic and international solidarity measures. Each discussant will be given 10 minutes for your discussion, and when 2 minutes remain, we'll be giving you a sign. So that will be helpful for time management. And for those of you connected via YouTube, you can also send in your questions via the chat box. And for those of you here on site, you can later on ask the questions yourself, or you can write your questions down on paper and give it to our staff. Thank you.
Let's go on to our second discussant. We have with us Mary Joyce. She is the International Coordinator for Peace Boat and the Regional Liaison Officer for GPPAC Northeast Asia. She has been having exchanges with Korea for about a decade, and she has been making her contributions. She will present for 10 minutes. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you to everybody who was involved in organizing today and bringing us all together for this symposium. So as mentioned, my name is Mary Joyce, and I'm based in Tokyo, working with the Japanese NGO called Peace Boat, where particularly I coordinate the Northeast Asian regional network of GPAC, which is peace-building organizations throughout Northeast Asia. So here in Korea and Japan, but also from Beijing, Hong Kong, Taipei, Ulaanbaatar, Vladivostok, and also from Pyongyang as well. It goes without saying, of course, as we've heard, that we are living today in a time of profound global uncertainty and crisis. We are seeing an escalation in military conflicts, geopolitical competition, and trust between states is eroding. And I really believe that in this kind of environment, it's not only important to have solidarity between civil society across borders, but really essential for all of us. And for here in the Korean Peninsula, I think that this is also one opportunity to look at alternative paths for this peaceful coexistence that we have been discussing, but not only for Korea, but for the broader Northeast Asian region as well. And like Ye-jung just mentioned, as civil society space and impact is also in crisis, it's all the more important for us to be working together across borders with these kinds of common strategies and common messages. So just to begin with some of the broader context, I won't go into detail, of course, we've already heard and you're all very aware, but today the global landscape is really shaped by unpredictability when we look at leadership in different countries, escalating conflicts, the nuclear threats, and also the weakening of international law and multilateralism. It's becoming increasingly difficult to anticipate what we are going to see in the news when we open it on a day-to-day basis, let alone in the longer term as well. And of course, Northeast Asia and the Korean Peninsula is not insulated from this turmoil. On the contrary, intensifying competition between the major powers is reinforcing Cold War divisions that were still lingering here in this region. The risk of escalation is real, and states within Northeast Asia also face the growing risk of being drawn into military conflicts in other parts of the world. In Japan, for example, we are seeing now many citizens are concerned about how US military bases are being used for the purpose of the war on Iran. And I'm sure you have many different similar situations or discussions, concerns here in Korea today as well. And so it's within such a context that the role of civil society is even more critical to ensure that we can continue to exchange information, express solidarity, and raise our collective voices against these dangerous trends as well. But at the same time, this is not only a moment of crisis, but also a moment for learning together as well. And I think that there is a great amount that civil society from Korea and Japan can learn together and can exchange from in this. I was reminded of the words recently of Canadian Prime Minister Carney in Davos, who was talking about the role of middle powers to work together. And I think this goes not only for governments, but also civil society in these kind of countries, like here in Korea and Japan. Firstly, there is so much that global civil society can and wants to learn from the movements here in Korea. Through the previous Korea Peace Appeal and now Korea Peace Action, we are seeing that there are international networks who have deepened their engagement with Korean civil society in different ways. And wherever I go, I hear a lot of interest in learning what the next steps, what the next potential actions, how NGOs or citizens around the world can continue to exchange in this collaboration. And of course, the recent experiences of democratic resistance here in Korea are providing really powerful lessons for movements around the world. Where I am in Japan, but also in other places, I hear so often people wanting to learn more about how the Korean experience of overthrowing martial law and also the long history of the democracy movement here as well. At the same time, of course, this mutual learning is not just one directional. One thing we are experiencing now in Japan is really a new significance that people are seeing in Article 9 of the Constitution, the Peace Clause in the Japanese Constitution. In a situation that's a little bit ironic, although Prime Minister Takaichi is looking to amend the constitution as part of her overall security policy, in a way, Article 9 also provided a kind of break or an excuse which allowed her to say no to sending Japanese self-defense troops to the Strait of Hormuz, including when she met with President Trump recently in Washington, D.C. So as we are seeing Article 9 serve this kind of restraint on military expansion, there is a lot of new attention, particularly from the younger generation in Japan, on Article 9. They've been leading demonstrations with tens of thousands of people every week in front of the National Diet. And on the weekends, there are they call them rave protests, or these music and celebrations of Article 9 taking place as well. So when we are seeing these militarization pressures growing, how Article 9 can stand as both a domestic safeguard but also a potential norm for peace building is something that it would be very interesting to have a regional discussion or re-examination of these issues as well. So these are just some examples that can highlight the importance of having joint analysis or coordinated action when we are facing these issues such as militarism or the different emerging threats that we're seeing in the region now as well. But in order to make this most effective, it's so important that we move beyond silos and strengthen coordination between different initiatives across different sectors and among diverse actors, which is why I think it's so a great opportunity that we're all together in this way today. And that brings me to the importance of having a networked or regional approach when we're looking into these issues as well. One of the key challenges here in Northeast Asia is the lack of effective regional mechanisms for cooperation, both at the governmental level, but also even on the civil society level as well. This absence increases the risk of misunderstanding, miscalculation, and ultimately the risk of actual armed conflict as well. And civil society has a vital role to play in addressing this gap. By building shared understandings and creating joint narratives, civil society can help lay the groundwork for more formal regional cooperation. And in many cases, regional dialogue spaces are more conducive to progress than highly contested bilateral settings, particularly when it comes to very challenging issues such as denuclearization, such as the relations that we have here in Northeast Asia. And as one example of this, I'd like to share very briefly some of the experience of the Ulaanbaatar process, which is what we call a civil society-led dialogue focused on peace on the Korean Peninsula, which GPAC has been coordinating in cooperation with the Mongolian NGO Blue Banner and many other partners in the region, including many of whom who are here today as well. So we launched this in 2015 as a sustained platform for dialogue amongst civil society in Northeast Asia. And importantly, it included participation from all countries involved in the former six-party talks, including both ROK and DPRK. The DPRK participants have not been able to participate in person since late 2019. However, they still express to us regularly their commitment to the process, and we are in regular communication with them as well. And I think that this highlights also the potential of the regional approach getting more attention from other people around the world as well. Just briefly, there was a new paper issued this week by SIPRI, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, titled From Deadlock to Dialogue on the Korean Peninsula, Time to Revisit the Idea of Northeast Asian Regional Security Talks. So I think this is a very important moment for us to be re-examining these kind of alternative paths and seeing what kind of joint action civil society could be making towards this end. So what kind of steps could that actually be? First, I think as speaking as someone from an international civil society organization, we must amplify. I think we have the responsibility to share the voices and the experiences of Korean civil society, especially now as global attention is shifting elsewhere as well. Second, we must continue to engage. Even when conditions are difficult, maintaining channels of communication, including with partners in the DPRK, is crucial. And third, to support and sustain. Long-term dialogue platforms and efforts to build regional mechanisms require consistency, and they require reliable support, including financial resources as well. Trust cannot be built overnight, and when crises emerge, it is too late then to start to build relationships from there and enter into dialogue. And fourth, we must coordinate and campaign. So having joint research, joint analysis, and public campaigns across borders on key issues can both influence domestic debates and also regional discourse at the same time. And I hope that we can find ways together to strengthen mechanisms for information exchange, communication, and solidarity amongst ourselves as civil society as well, because these really are the foundations upon which effective cooperation can be built. So now, while we are undoubtedly living in an era of crisis, I think this is also an era of responsibility, but also an era of opportunity. So through this kind of stronger international solidarity, through deeper collaboration, and through sustained commitment over the long term, I hope that civil society can help somehow to contribute to charting this path towards peaceful coexistence and peace, both for the Korean Peninsula, but also for Northeast Asia on the whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mary is currently living in Japan, and she joined us from Japan. And learning from each other is indeed what we need. And I do believe that civic societies can strengthen cooperation across borders. Thank you for that emphasis.
Our third discussant is Father Jung Soo-yong, Vice Chairperson of the Korea Reconciliation Committee of the Archdiocese of Seoul. So today he's going to talk about peaceful coexistence and the role of religion. Please welcome Mr. Chung, Father Chung, with a warm hand. Good afternoon. I am Father Jung Soo-yong. First of all, thank you for the invitation to this important symposium. Before I begin my discussion, there's something I'd like to mention. The role of religion, the solution put forth by religion, they're all important. But as you know, different religions exist in South Korean society. And so my presentation today is limited to the Catholic religion. This year, the first Sunday in April is Easter, the most important Christian festival celebrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Resurrection is different from resuscitation, which simply refers to Jesus coming to life again after death. So Jesus Christ suffered a different violence during his time. And so resurrection is considered a grand declaration of the fact that Jesus Christ's nonviolent resistance and love against religious, political, and social violence at the time was the right way. And Jesus even greeted his disciples with the phrase, "Peace be with you," after his resurrection. His disciples were in fear, and the most important message that Jesus sent out to his disciples was peace. Since then, countless believers have emerged and practiced his teachings. However, war has continued to plague us throughout human history. In fact, many wars were fought in the name of Jesus, and numerous massacres were committed under the pretext of accomplishing God's will. We see the recent US-Iran war as well, and many Christians are talking about war, and Pope Leo has also mentioned that God doesn't listen to the prayer of those who wage war or begin war.
한반도의 상황도 뭐
And the
비슷했었습니다.
situation on the Korean
45년에
Peninsula was no
분단되고 50년
exception.
전쟁을
Amid the
겪으면서도
war that broke out in
종교적인 신념은
1950,
강한
following national
분공주의로
division in
나타났습니다.
1945,
가톨릭
religious
안에서는
convictions
뭐
developed into
성직자들이
strong
납치되고
sentiments
그리고
of
종교의 자유가 위축되는
anti-communism,
것들 안에서 강한
and although religious
반공주의를
freedom was
뛸
suppressed and
수밖에
priests were
없었지만
kidnapped under the
그러한
North
것들이
socialist
더
policies,
심해지면서
the Catholic Church was
전쟁을
also
옹호하는
responsible for
목소리를 냈던
instigating
또한
hatred and
종교였습니다.
exclusion instead of
60년대
pursuing
들면서 한국
peace. In the
천주교는 한동안
1960s, the
무관심과 또
Korean
비기의
Catholic
모습을
Church
보이기도
retained a
했습니다.
stance of
전쟁의
indifference
상처가
and
너무 깊었고
non-intervention for a time.
남북의 단절은 너무나
Both
컸기
Korea,
때문에
still suffering from the
그리고
wounds of war,
반대로
were
국내에서
completely
발생하는 여러
severed from each
노동과
other.
인권,
On the
민주화 등의
domestic front,
문제를 이
diverse social
교회가
issues such as
대응해야
labor
했기 때문에
practices, human
평화랄지
rights, and
한반도랄지
democratization
이런 주제에
emerged
대해서 한국
simultaneously,
가톨릭 교회가
relegating
더
peace and
많은 목소리를 내지
reconciliation to
못하고
forbidden and
무관심의
forgotten
시기를
topics,
겪어왔습니다.
even within the
이
church.
결정적 병화는
Then the
84년도
Korean Catholic Church
당시
reached a
요한 바울
point
2세
of
교황의 방문을
enlightenment in
통해서
1984, the year
이루어졌습니다.
of the Pope's very first
그동안
official
교회가
visit to
너무나
the
큰
South.
무관심을
While making
이어왔음을
preparations
자각하게
for
되었고 이때 처음으로 이제
Pope John
형제라는
Paul
표현을
II's
사용하게
visit,
됩니다.
the church
그만큼
came to
우리가
realize
적대감에
its stance
강하게
on the
노출되었다는
North
것도
was mostly
자각하게
based on
됩니다.
anti-communism and
그리고 90년대
indifference. This served as a
이후부터
momentum in
민족화의
changing its
위원회라는 조직을 통해서
perception on the
종교교류,
North and
대북
shifted
지원, 북한인
from
지원,
seeing the North as a
평화교육
target of
다양한
mission
활동들을
to
이어오고 있습니다.
a brother to make
그렇지만
peace
그동안
with.
종교가
And
내세웠던
in the
가톨릭이 내세웠던 여러 가지
1990s, the church
활동들이
established
또 민족의 화해와
the
평화를 위해 얼마큼
Korea
많은
Reconciliation
기여했는가 스스로
Committee in
되돌아보지
each
않을 수
diocese
없습니다.
around the nation, through which it engaged in religious
교회
exchange and
역시
support for North
노력했지만
Korean residents and
반공주의적인 시각
defectors.
그리고 무관심의 시각
And in the
그리고 평화를
2000s,
지향하는 시각 이 세
the
가지가
severance of
아직도
inter-Korean
공존하고
ties and
있습니다.
hostilities
어떤
have
단체적으로
deepened
존재하는 것이 아니라
despite the
복잡하게
efforts on the part
섞여져
of
있고
church. The
그렇기
church
때문에
has
중요한
remained
순간
steadfast in
교회가
its
하나의
commitment
목소리를
to
내지 못하고
upholding the
또
values
주저하는
of
그런 모습을
reconciliation
보이는 것도
and
사실입니다.
peace since
그런데
then.
이거는 단순히 어떤 종교인들,
But of course, the
교회에만
religious
국한된 것은
people,
아니고요. 우리
the
사회도 비슷한 것 같다라는
church,
생각을 해봅니다.
it's not just their
강한
responsibility, it's the
반공주의적인
same for
그리고
our
그런
society as a
전쟁의
whole. This
상처와
strong
적대감에 크게
anti-communism
영향받았던 세대와
sentiment
사람들도
and
있고
the generations that
다양한
were hurt by
현실적인
the
여건
war,
안에서
they
어떤
continue to
그런
exist.
무관심을
And also, on
살아가는
the
일도
other
있고
hand, there are people
그리고
who are
교류, 화해,
just
협력, 평화의
indifferent
목소리를 내는
as they are busy
사람들도
living their
있지만
lives. And there are
그에
people who
비해서
continue to be
평화에 대한
activists,
목소리가
raising
더 작게
stronger voice
느껴지는 것
about
같습니다.
peace and reconciliation. But
지금
anyhow,
북한에서도 뭐 적대적
that
중국가를
is the situation
이야기하면서
right
이제 더
now.
이상 민족 담론이 점점 힘을
And
잃어가는
there's
것처럼 보이기도
also
합니다.
the concern that
그리고
the
통일보다는 평화가 더
discourse,
많은 목소리를
nationalist discourse is losing
받고 지지를 받는 것처럼
ground
보입니다.
recently as
그런데
we
지금
see
남북의
there
이런
is a highlight
평화라는
to the
것도
hostile
더
two-state
많은 무기,
structure.
더 강한
And
군사력을
even from within, an
상대방을
increasing
억제하려고
number
하는
of
그런
people are
평화이기
viewing the
때문에
improvement of ties with the
불안정할
North as a
수밖에
financial
없고
burden.
이 불안정한
Many
평화라는
seem to tilt
표식을
toward
붙인다
peace rather
할지라도
than reunification
군비
on the
경쟁 속에
condition
있는 한반도가
that this peace must be
이게
based on stronger
모델이라고
weaponry and military power to contain the other.
이야기하기 어려울 것 같습니다.
So the problem is that
핵과
this is a
미사일뿐만
fragile
아니라 뭐
peace
지대식 무기나
built
드론과
upon an arms
AI까지
race
평화를
instead of dialogue
말하면서도
and trust,
점점 많은
and thus
무기가
is
한반도에는
delusional.
쌓여가고 있습니다.
And the two Koreas are
역설적으로
currently
무기가
focusing
많아질수록 불안함은
massive
더
resources on
커져가고
military
평화는 더
buildup,
취약해지는
nuclear
것
weapons,
같습니다.
missiles,
그런 상황에
conventional weapons, drones,
천주교에서는
AI-based system,
매년 1월 1일
putting
세계
all
평화의 날을
arguments about
기념을 하고
peace to
이제
shame.
교황께서 메시지를
And
발표하시는데요. 올해의 메시지의 주제는
this year,
무기를
Pope
내려놓으며
Leo
무기를
XIV
내려놓게
recently
하는
cited Pacem
평화였습니다.
in Terris, a
마두로
papal
사태나
encyclical
아니면은
issued by Pope
중동의 사태를
John
얘기하는
the
것처럼
23rd in his peace
보이는
message in
그런
2026,
대목이기도
calling
한데요.
for unarmed and disarming
그
peace.
부분은 뭐 여러분 같이
So
읽어보시면
this,
좋을 것 같고
the
결국은
Pope's
이제 내가 먼저
message on
무기를 내려놓을 수
unarmed
있는
and
것,
disarming
상대의 무기를
peace,
내려놓을 수
you
있게
can
하는
just
것이
read it in
진정한
my
평화의
paper.
길이다라는 것을
And
강조하시는
what this
내용입니다.
just talks about is that the genuine
한반도에서도
path
이러한
towards
평화가
peace
가능하다는
is
희망을
putting
품는
down
것
our
그리고
arms and
현실의
encouraging the
도전들을
others to
지혜롭게
do the
극복하여
same.
나아가는 것들이
So
필요할
we
것
must continue
같습니다.
to harbor hope that
그런
such peace
면에서
can also be
종교가 이
established
사회에
on the
기여하고 또
peninsula
함께할 수
and
있는
strive to
것은
seek optimal solutions for
적대감을
impending
내려놓는 것일 것
challenges.
같습니다.
And I believe
다양한
that
어떤
the most
정책들 그리고
imminent and important
법적인 어떤
task for the
제도들을 만드는 것
church
중요하지만
to advance peaceful
지금 우리 안에
coexistence is
남북 안에
trust
얼마나
building.
많은 적대감들이
And to this end,
작용하고
we must
있는지를
first eliminate
자각하는
any
것부터가
animosity
시작될 수
deeply
있을 것
seated within
같습니다.
ourselves.
정치인 누군가가 대화를
And
이루고 관계를 개선하는 것
the
아니면
politicians or the government or the business leaders making grand investments into improvements, that's also important. But then for the past 8 decades, the two Koreas have continued to doubt and hold the other in check. And so it's high time now that we stop to contemplate how hatred manufactured by national division has added to the harshness of our daily lives. And so now we need to understand that it's okay for us to put down our weapons, to trust the other side a little bit more. Even if we do not stack more weapons, we can reassure ourselves that even if we do not redirect, we can redirect military spending to resolution of inequality issues, and that is going to bring us closer to peace. And such changes are surely not easy to achieve, of course. For example, not many believe that the colonial rule by Imperial Japan could be brought to an end after it lasted for over 30 years. But those born into the colonial Korea, although they felt colonialism was inexorable, after the war, many envisioned that it will be possible to overcome that. And it was the same during our democratization process as well. So we had national liberation, industrialization, democratization, all powered by hope and courage. Now we must remember our next goal is advancement of peace and resolution of national division, and remain committed to achieving this goal. I have about 2 minutes remaining, but when we talk about the role of religion on these topics, people think this is very abstract. It's just a very broad message, and so I'd like to share with you a specific example on what the role of religion could be. As you know well, in 2027, next summer, the Papal Office will be hosting a meeting in South Korea, and the Papal Office will be the host, the organizer of this youth congress in South Korea. It's the youth, the next generation that will be coming together to think about the future, to look into universal values all together. Compared to World Cup or the Olympics, we will be having even more participants, about 300,000 to 500,000 young people, young Catholics from all over the world will be coming to South Korea, and the Pope will personally be attending this Congress as well. So I think this would be a good opportunity for different religions and different civil organizations to come together to send out a single voice message on the peace on the Korean Peninsula, and I think that will be a good opportunity. The Catholic Church, of course, is making the necessary preparation, the civil organizations and the academia, the business circle, and with the other religions as well. We are all doing our best to prepare for this Congress. It could be just a religious event, but if we work harder, we can use this as an opportunity to overcome the division on the Korean Peninsula as well. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Father Chong talked about the lack of effort on the part of religion for peace on the Korean Peninsula, and he talked about the role that religion and our society as a whole should be playing from now on for peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. And so unarmed and unarming peace was the core message.
Let's go on to the fourth discussant. We have with us Dr. Chung Joo-jin, who is the director of the Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution. The title is Social Dialogue and Peace Unification Education Regarding Peaceful Unification. Please welcome the speaker with a big round of applause. One of the topics that we are discussing is that we're not looking for agreement between the countries, because this is an age of crisis where there's a structural entrenchment of arms buildup and competition, military coercion, and confrontation. I don't think there has been any time in human history where arms races and armed conflict between states or groups were non-existent. It continued to reoccur, and so we tend to take this as the norm. And so if we take a look at the current situation, the current landscape, is it a situation where we should not be on alert? During the Cold War, or even right after the Cold War or the early 21st century, we are seeing that great powers are directly engaging in war. This is having a catastrophic impact. But even so, we are not on alert about the current situation. The gravity of the current situation lies not only in the persistence of great power wars and military interventions, the immense human and societal cost they entail. A further, less readily perceived dimension of this crisis is that as exposure to war has increased in recent years and societies have grown accustomed to it, public opinion in many contexts have increasingly come to regard war as one of the acceptable means of resolving problems. Whenever there is a war, societies have different support for the war, typically around the world, about 1/3, at times exceeding 90% support the war. This suggests the expansion of a war discourse that recognizes and endorses war as a normal political practice, one that legitimatizes reliance on force, justifies military buildups in preparations for war, and frames war as a political choice, a just war, or an exercise of right to self-defense. Rather than rejecting war, people actually reject wars for certain purposes and accept wars or support wars for other purposes. The Korean Peninsula lies at the intersection of these global dynamics, and their implications extend far beyond purely political or military domains. Frequent exposure to conflict and global diffusion of war-related discourse can reinforce tendencies to justify inter-Korean military confrontation and arms competition to perceive war as one of the possible means of resolving resolutions and disputes. So we are seeing that on the Korean Peninsula, there's a constant armed race and also arms competition. We are actually accepting this as normal rather than exceptional, thereby diminishing sensitivity to the absence of a peaceful coexistence. In this regard, the global crisis and the crisis on the Korean Peninsula are inseparable. The situation on the Korean Peninsula is at its worst because there is a severance of inter-Korean relations and intensifying arms race. What is even more important is that the expectation for peaceful coexistence and improvements in inter-Korean relations is very low. It's because the confrontation has been prolonged, and so we are very used to that. And we also have fatigue stemming from 2 decades of inter-Korean dialogue followed by repeated reversals. It is also attributable to the diminished sensitivity to developments on the Korean Peninsula in context of the global diffusion of war-related discourse. The persistence of confrontation ultimately suggests that peaceful coexistence must be established as a normative goal for our society. How can we achieve peaceful coexistence? That should be our task at hand. We need to have a heightened understanding about this. Will this come naturally? I don't believe so. To enhance public awareness, we need to have intentional activities, and we need to have an environment where social dialogue is facilitated through unification education and peaceful education. If I may talk about peaceful unification education, well, there are many names for this: unification education, peaceful reunification education, or democratic education for peaceful reunification. We did have a series of these educations, but were they effective? In a nutshell, the percentage of support for unification continues to drop, especially in schools. Unification education has been conducted periodically. And even amongst the youth in schools, their support for unification continues to drop, which clearly underscores the need for changes in such education. If we talk to teachers who teach reunification, they always say that we should no longer focus on the necessity of unification because the youth are well aware of the current situation. The rationale for unification is perceived as disconnected from reality, making it difficult for students to relate to the necessity of reunification. So I do believe that education centered on unification must shift towards peace-oriented approach. Currently, rather than unification, we have seen confrontation, and so our goal seems to be avoiding armed conflict. So even if we talk about reunification in theory or in practice, it's very difficult for people to relate to the goal of reunification. Therefore, what we need to focus on is to talk about the challenges hindering peaceful coexistence. We shouldn't talk about the necessity of reunification, but rather talk about reunification as one of the choices that can be made. We need to have peaceful and stable inter-Korean relations in order for reunification to be a choice that is possible. What I would like to emphasize is that peace-oriented education should be able to cultivate peace imagination for decades of inter-Korean confrontation and arms race. Our society has largely exhausted its capacity to envision peace between the two Koreas. Do I have only 2 minutes left? I actually have 3 minutes on my clock. So we have exhausted our peace imagination. So how can we develop our peace imagination? If we can't imagine, we cannot make it come true. So we need to focus on raising peace imagination within our society. Last but not least, the civic society continue to work on deliberative social dialogue on peaceful reunification, and I think this is the way we should go. One of the key strengths of such social dialogue is that it is bottom-up, participatory, and self-directed rather than top-down. We can talk about our opinions and listen to others and relate to each other. That is the only way that the Korean society can decide where to go, the direction that we should be moving in, and we can decide that together through dialogue. The understanding that we draw from social dialogue can lead us to think about peaceful coexistence. And therefore, we need participation across the society through open education. That is the core of my presentation. So it should not be only applied to adults, but also to all generations, especially to children and the youth. And when we talk to the children and youth, we need to have social dialogue with them so that it will be accepted by the young adults. We can also have small groups within local communities conducting such social dialogue. Social dialogue is flexible and it can lead to peace imagination. But what is more important, in order for social dialogue to spread, we need the interest of governments as well as the active participation of civic society. The Ministry of Unification does support large-scale campaigns, but each civic society can work in their own domain or their own local community to conduct small-scale social dialogue. So I do believe that we need efforts on all fronts. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very
우리의
much.
교육의 방식이 어떻게
Thank you
전환되어야
for
되는지
telling us
말씀하셨고,
what we need to do to
상상력이
shift
있어야
our
그것을
direction of
실현하는 힘이
education.
생긴다라는
And thank you for that statement that imagination will
다섯
make
번째
execution possible.
토론자는요,
Our fifth discussant
황호섭 한국
is Hwan
DMZ
Ho-seop,
평화
Executive
생명공사
Director of the
상무부장님이신데요.
DMZ
현재
Peace
강원
Life
또
Park.
적경 지역에 살고 계시고
Currently,
또
he's living
활동하고
in the
있습니다.
Gangwon border
이
area
활동을
and is an
기반으로 해서 오늘
activist there.
DMZ
Today he's
일원의
going to talk
생태적
about Korean
보전과
Peninsula
한반도
Peaceful
평화 공존의
Coexistence and
연계라는
border
제목으로 토론해 주실 수
areas,
있습니다.
the connection
오늘
between
그
the
해외에서
two.
오신 두 분을 빼고는 가장
So
멀리서 오신
he has
토론자시거든요.
traveled
그런
farthest
만큼
except
큰
for
박수
our two
맞이해주시면
international guests. So
좋겠습니다.
please give Executive Director Hwang a warm applause.
반갑습니다.
It's
저는
nice to meet
강원도
you.
인제에
I
살고
have
있습니다.
I am living in
인제
Inje in Gangwon province right now. So I went to Inje in 2009 and I'm working in the DMZ Peace Life Park right now. So I'd like to briefly introduce our organization. You might be wondering what this organization does. In 2009, we were established in Inje. In particular, we are about 15 kilometers away from the demarcation line, the truce line. So it's a village, and what we do is the ecological value and the historical and cultural lessons and the import of the DMZ and the importance of unification. We do a lot of activities on these important topics. So it's a huge complex. So many people visit, they stay overnight. So on a yearly basis, we educate about 8,000 people. A lot of soldiers live around our complex. There are teachers and international guests and even local residents come to participate in our activities. So the DMZ Peace, Life, Unification are the topics of education that we provide. But of course, our education topics shift from time to time. Sometimes we would talk or focus on unification. And we are 15 kilometers away from the truce line, but for the local residents, honestly, they live a very peaceful life there. And right now, it's time for planting potatoes. Previously, when there were conflict or confrontation between the two Koreas, and last year also in the military demarcation line, there was crossings by North Korean soldiers. But the local residents, inside they may be experiencing some nervousness or concern, but at least on the outside, they live a very peaceful life. But coming to Seoul, I realized that there's the sense of crisis that is beginning within me because it's very complicated here. So oftentimes it seems that the Korean people, South Korean people, forget the fact that we are a divided peninsula still. So even if we are oblivious to this fact, it doesn't mean that this goes away. So we have to ensure that this division, this threat, disappears to have genuine peace. And so the path towards unification is a path towards peace. And this peace, well, during the Moon Jae-in government also, and under the previous administrations, every time we have improvement in inter-Korean relationship, they always talk about how we can develop the DMZ area. Or so peace, of course, the main peace has to do with peace between the two Koreas, peace between people. But I also believe that as important is peace between people and nature. After unification, we will still be faced with climate change and other ecological or environmental disasters and devastation. So when we experience this extreme environmental disasters, will unification or peace still be? Can we call our society a peaceful society? If that's not the case, then we need to think about peace with all different stakeholders from now on. But of course, there's still talk about hostile two states, countries at war with each other, and that has been the definition for a long time. And we've been in an impasse in our relationship with North Korea, and for the time being, it seems that it's going to last. But North Korea mentioned our relationship as that of hostile two states. But what do the South Koreans think about our relationship with the North? If you ask the people in the streets, or if you ask the military people surrounding in the bases surrounding our park, what would they think? In 2018, we had the summit, and at that time we removed the 12 GP guard posts in the DMZ. But my understanding is that they've been restored. As we were removing the GPs, a tower called the Tree of Peace was established. The 12th Division came in to build these monuments. If you look at the explanation, there's just one word written, which is 적 or enemy. And so it seems that the South Koreans still also tend to look at the North Korean society with some hostility, it seems. And so, unification. No, we're not going to have unification just by talking about it. I don't think one side is going to unilaterally declare unification. So, what we can do in this current situation is try to at least improve our understanding of the other. I believe that ultimately everything changes. Our current relationship with the North is not going to be steadfast. Also, it's going to change. So there's certainly going to be improvements in the future, and there will come a time when again we'll be able to be on better terms and talk more with North Korea. But of course, that's not the situation at the moment. And so, what can we do under current circumstances? Peace between the two Koreas is also important. But then peace between the peoples of the two sides are also very important. So how should South Koreans view North Korean people, for example? I think we can begin there. We can begin the discussions, the discourse, and consultations on how we can change our perceptions. So within the DMZ, in the border areas, the residents have different ideas also. And, honestly, there's a lot of conflict and difference of opinion even among the local residents as well. And so I believe that we should begin from thinking about peace in our daily lives, trying to approach the issue of peace in our daily lives. So this is peace not just among the neighbors, but also between the two Koreas and the peoples of the two Koreas. And so we can begin locally, the peace and life communities being built near the DMZ. And so these kinds of activities will become more valuable down the road. And another thing I'd like to stress is we need to have peace with nature as well. Throughout the entire Korean Peninsula, it's important to establish a single community, nature community. So, for example, the cranes, we have about 3,000 cranes living in the DMZ area. So there are 3 different types of cranes that we can see in the Cheolwon Plain. So it's possible because of the environment of DMZ. And also in the mountain areas, we have the Asian black bears and the musk deer and the foxes as well. The Gyeongsangbuk-do foxes have crossed the DMZ and have moved up north, and also the Manchurian Sika deer as well. And the Sika deer still lives in the north. And so I think we can also work on the conservation of these animals as well. And another area that we can begin to work on is sustainable development projects. So, for example, there's still a lot of fossil fuel-driven agriculture practices in the border areas. So I think we can begin to have projects to shift to solar power-driven organic farming to have energy transition, since energy is becoming very important, particularly in this climate change era. And so we can have energy transition in the local areas, and also this organic farming, solar power driven organic farming can also provide additional income to the young farmers in the local areas. And right now it's the central government that is leading the cooperation with North Korea. But the local residents also can begin, for example, small town festivals or sports festivals with the Kumgang County in north, which shares the border with our town. And also, we should strive to have the DMZ registered as a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve or UNESCO World Heritage Site so that we can form a UNESCO designated conservation axis. We already have the Seoraksan and the Kumgangsan Biosphere Reserve, and so the only link missing is the DMZ. And so if international organizations, our government all come together, it will be possible to form that entire biosphere reserve, this pillar. And of course, in that process, it will be very important for the local residents, the people, to lead this effort on their own, and the local governments also should provide support as well. So I think we can begin with providing education and training to the people, particularly on peace and life and nature. And this year, for our organization, Korea DMZ Peace Life Park, we're going to provide a lot of training to the military bases in the neighboring area and also the neighboring towns, the local residents. We are trying to focus on providing education to those local residents this year. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, thank you very much. So ecological conservation, ecological security, that's often talked about, but Mr. Hwang talked about the practical aspects, why we need to engage in these efforts in practical terms. The red word, the red lettering, enemy, I think through our efforts we can change that statement to a positive message. Thank you.
The last discussant is Ms. Ko Yu-kyung, the Policy Director of Pyeongtaek Peace Center. She has also worked with WIF, and she has expanded the horizon for women in peace movements. She will talk to us about USFK, strategic flexibility, and peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. Please welcome the last speaker with a big round of applause. Pleased to meet you. I live in Inje, 10 kilometers from the DMZ. Well, what about this area, 100 kilometers from the DMZ, still suffering from the sounds of fighter jets? So this area actually is Pyeongtaek. That's where I live actually. And I live in Pyeongtaek, and I have a peace center in Pyeongtaek, and I am Ko Yu-kyung. Pleased to meet you. Recently, we have seen the USAF fighter jets having sorties into the West Sea and the removal of USFK weapons following the US-Israel attack on Iran. And so the issue of US military strategic flexibility is in the limelight. I would like to discuss this issue from the perspective of peace, democracy, and the residents of Pyeongtaek, where the largest and most advanced US overseas base is located. The use of USFK bases and facilities is based on the ROK-US Mutual Defense Treaty and the accompanying SOFA status. Under the ROK-US Defense Treaty, the U.S. provides security guarantees to Korea to deter and repel North Korean attacks against the South, while Korea provides bases to the U.S. military. Furthermore, it was specifically agreed that the U.S. military retains operational control over the Korean military. To ensure the stable stationing of U.S. forces in Korea for the defense of Korea, a special agreement was concluded so that Korea provides defense cost-sharing contributions. Following the dissolution of the Soviet Union under the U.S. establishment of Seoul global hegemony, the reduction of USFK, as well as base redeployment and the role redeployment were pursued. In January of 2006, the foreign ministers of South Korea and the U.S. announced an agreement regarding strategic flexibility of USFK. They agreed that South Korea respects the necessity of strategic flexibility for USFK in accordance with the transformation of U.S. global military strategy, and that the U.S. respects South Korea's position that in implementing strategic flexibility, South Korea will not be involved in conflicts in the Northeast Asian region, regardless of the will of the Korean people. However, 20 years later, on February 18th and 19th, the situation in which F-16 fighter jets took off from Osan base in Pyeongtaek, flew near the Chinese air defense identification zone in the West Sea, and confronted the Chinese military constitutes a violation of this agreement. The consent of the South Korean government was not sought, and the South Korean Minister of National Defense was compelled to request the immediate suspension of the relevant exercises. Although the commander of USFK refers to U.S. military bases as U.S. aircraft carriers, these bases are undeniably part of the Korean territory. Therefore, if operations conducted here pose a potential threat to the Korean security, a process of prior consultation and consent is absolutely necessary. Operations can also be denied as a part of the need for Korea's safety. But why is this happening at this moment? Is it because the U.S. administration has changed? Why is this becoming an issue 20 years after the agreement? I note that over the past 20 years, the physical environment of U.S. military bases has been reshaped as they have been reorganized and their functions have been strengthened. And so these physical changes have enabled the current situation. While these changes have a significant impact on the lives of residents in the Pyeongtaek region, there are also many aspects that are going unnoticed. Pyeongtaek Osan Air Base, where F-16 fighter jets took off, has recently been undergoing significant development. It's called Osan Air Base, but it's located in Pyeongtaek, not in Osan. There has been a significant change in the Osan Air Base located in Pyeongtaek. First, the runway was a single runway, but an additional runway was constructed, and now there are two runways from 2021. Subsequently, in 2023, F-16 fighter jets from Kunsan Air Base were relocated to Osan to have an overhaul of the Kunsan runway. In the meanwhile, in 2026, an accident occurred in which a fighter jet from Kunsan crashed into a rice paddy in Dogori in Pyeongtaek. Starting in 2024, the establishment and trial operation of a super flight squadron began at Osan Air Base. It is known that USFK typically operates F-16 fighter squadrons with a fleet of 22 to 24 aircrafts, with one squadron existing at Osan and two in Kunsan. So there are three squadrons. The plan is to consolidate these three into two super flight squadrons and deploy both of them to Osan. Each super flight squadron, because it's called super, is obviously quite large, and so each super flight squadron operates 31 fighter jets, and there are two, so in Osan there will be a total of 62 fighter jets. This exceeds 1.5 times the previous operational scale of fighter jets at Osan Air Base.
매우 생소한 말들이죠.
And so I did actually share with you some jargon that may sound very unfamiliar. I'm sorry that I am actually familiar with this
왜
jargon.
이렇게 시끄럽냐?
And
요즘
everyone
너무
asks
시끄러운데
me, why is it so
물어보면
noisy
저희는
these days?
조사하고 확인해서
We
설명을 해야
actually
합니다.
look into it and provide an
시민단체들도
explanation.
이렇게 조사하고
If civic
설명해서
groups
회원들한테
are
설명하는데
explaining it
우리 정부와
by
평택시는
investigating into it,
이런 설명하는 노력이 너무
it would be great if the government and Pyeongtaek City would also look into it, but they always blame it on the USFK and they don't provide any
이런
explanations.
전투기가 올 초에
Early
이게
this
두
year,
개의 수평 비행대가
as the
됐잖아요.
number of fighter
그럼 이걸
jets
어떻게
increased,
해봤습니까? 올해 초에
intensive
이
flight
두 개의
training
슈퍼
was
비행대들을
conducted
실전으로
at
한번
Osan Air Base
돌려본
in
거죠.
Pyeongtaek to test the
그래서
two
평택
super
오산 공군기지
squadrons.
두 개의 슈퍼 비행대들을 테스트하는
The
비행
training,
훈련이
which
집중적으로
tested sorties
진행되었습니다.
1.5 times
그래서 1월
higher than the
26일부터
usual,
1월
went on
30일까지
from January 26th to the
집중
30th.
출격 훈련을 진행하는데 이 출격의 규모가
And
평소보다 1.5배
these sorties, as I mentioned
증가하고
before, was 1.5
실제 이
times higher
출격은
than the
전시
usual
상태를
amount,
가정한
and this was
훈련이었습니다.
a training based
그리고
on
특징 중에
wartime
하나는
conditions.
전투기들이 계속
It was
연이어서
particularly
출격하는
notable that
그런
consecutive
연습들을
rapid
해본
sortie
거죠.
tests were
그리고
conducted.
뒤이어서 2월 9일부터
Subsequently, from
13일까지는
February 9th to
한국과
the
미군
13th,
공군 연합
the
훈련이
ROK
쌍배
US
훈련이
Air
진행됩니다.
Force Buddy Squadron
올해 쌍배
exercise was carried
훈련은
out.
참가
This
전력이
was
두
a
배가
drill
됐고
that
그리고
more
출격
than
횟수도
doubled the
대폭 늘어나는
participating
훈련이었습니다.
forces and
그리고 이
significantly
길을
increased the
이어서
number of
문제가
sorties.
됐던 서해
And the
출격
sortie training
훈련이
in question took place over the
설명절
West
연휴
Sea
마지막
on the
날에
last
진행이
day
되었습니다.
of the Lunar
이
New Year
기간에
holiday
1월
weekend.
말부터 2월
So
중순에
from
이르기까지
the end
평택
of
주민들은
January
새벽에
to
전투기 비행기 소리에
mid-February,
잠을 깨고
the residents of
무슨 일이
Pyeongtaek
생긴 건
spent their
아니냐,
days
너무
waking up at
무섭다
dawn
이런
at the sound
이야기들을
of fighter jets
하면서
flying,
나를
worrying
보내게
that
됐습니다.
something might have
여러분
happened.
자료집 57쪽에
Please refer to page
제가 사진을
57 of
붙여놨는데요.
your proceedings. I did
이게
include some
중국어의
pictures.
플랫폼에 동네 소식에
You can
사람들이
see
글을 올린
that
것입니다.
people are uploading
동네 사람들이
postings
서로
on
안부를
bulletin
묻고 있는
boards,
그런
and you can
상황입니다.
see that people are asking each other if they are okay.
시간을 거슬러서 15년 전에 이
15 years
오산
ago,
활주로를
when the
추가로
project to
건설하려고 할
construct an
때
additional
평택
runway
주민들이
at
문제
Osan
제기를
Air Base
했는데
was
그
being
당시
pursued,
국방부가
residents of
설명하기를
Pyeongtaek raised questions. At that
활주로가
time, the
추가
Ministry of
건설됐을 때
Defense
미군
explained that the
항공기
additional
개수나
runway
추가 비행
construction
훈련에
would not change the
변화가
number
없을
of
것이다.
U.S.
이렇게
military
설명을
aircraft
했습니다.
or
그래서
additional
걱정하지
flight
마라.
training. So
문제가 안
don't
된다.
worry,
이런
it shouldn't be a
설명이었죠.
problem.
그런데 지금
However,
비행기 세수도
that
1.5배
explanation now
늘어났고 그
turned out to be
출격도
false
엄청나게
because
늘어나면서
there are more
소음
sorties and
정도의
more fighter
폭이
jets,
늘어나고 있습니다.
and we
다시
are
말해서
seeing more
이
complaints of
국방부의
noise.
설명은 현재 거짓말이 되었고
We can see
국방부는 그에
that the
대해서
explanation of the
사과나
ministry is
설명도
absolutely false,
하고 있지
but the
않고
ministry
어떠한
has neither
대책
offered an
제시도 하고 있지
apology or an
않습니다.
explanation, nor has it
미군 기지의
proposed any
최근
countermeasures.
변화는
Recent
기지
changes in the
주변의
U.S.
주민들의
military
생활과
bases are
그리고
impacting the
한국의
lives of
안전에
local
큰
residents
영향을
as
주고
well
있습니다.
as Korea's
그래서
national
이
security.
기지들이
Therefore,
한미동맹
a
조약이
comprehensive
정한 바에
review is
따라서
required to
그에
determine
맞게
whether
사용되고
these
있는지
bases are being
아니면
used in
한국의 안전에
accordance with
위협을
the
줄 수 있는
ROK-US
작전에
Alliance Treaty
사용되고
or
있는지
for operations
전면적인
that could
검토가
threaten
필요합니다.
Korea's safety.
주한미군 지휘협정은
SOFA
미군에게
guarantees
제공된
an
기지의
annual review
사용이
to ensure
목적에 맞게
that the use of
이루어지고
bases
있는지
provided to the
매년
U.S. military
검토할
is being
것을
carried out in
보장하고
accordance
있습니다.
with their intended
그래서 이
purpose.
보장한 것을 하면 되는데
So you just need to
실행하고
put that
있지
into
않고
action,
있죠.
but it is
그래서
not being put
국회는
into action.
정부에
The National
미군 기지
Assembly
사용
must
실태에 대한
demand that the
조사와
government
문제를 파악해서
investigate the actual
대책을 수립할
usage of
것을
U.S.
요구해야
military
합니다.
bases, identify
그리고
the
한국이
issues, and
부담하는
establish
방위 분담금으로
countermeasures.
건설된
It is also
시설들이
necessary to
미군의
examine where
한국 방어
facilities
목적에
constructed
부합하게
with
사용되고
Korea's defense
있는지도
cost-sharing
살펴볼
contributions
필요가
are being
있습니다.
used in
이
accordance with
얘기는
U.S. military
아까
objectives
말씀드린
for the
오산
defense of
공군기지의
Korea.
활주로 추가 건설
The additional
그리고
runway in
군산
Osan,
공군기지의 활주로 전면
as well
보수
as
이
the
모든
overhaul
것들은
of the
다
Kunsan Air
한국의
Base
방위
runway, it's
분담금으로
all
진행된
being
사업입니다.
supported by Korea's defense
마지막으로
cost-sharing
제가
contributions.
말씀드리고 싶은 것은 이 최근
Finally,
상당히 강화된 미군 기지 활동이
we have
기지 주변
seen
주민들의
that
생활에 미치는
the
영향을
increased
파악해서
activities
대책을
of the air
강구해야 할
bases have
것이라고
led to
한국
impacting the
정부와 국회에
lives of the
촉구합니다.
local residents, and so we
평택은
must come
20년
up with
전 미군 기지
countermeasures.
확장으로
20 years ago, the
대출을 비롯한
expansion of the
주민들의
U.S.
강제
military
입주가
base in
있었습니다.
Pyeongtaek led to
최근
forced
슈퍼
relocation of
비행대들
some
창설과
residents,
시범
including
운영
those living
과정에서
in Taechori.
평택
During the
주민들은
recent
어떤 설명도
establishment and
듣지
pilot
못했고
operation of the
그로 인해서
super
미칠 영향에
squadron,
대한
Pyeongtaek
어떤 고려도
residents
전혀
did not
없었습니다.
receive any
국회와
explanations whatsoever. Special attention and action from the National Assembly and the government are required.
전략적 유연성에 관한
Strategic
활동이
flexibility
한반도
of
평화와
USFK,
안보 그리고
how will it impact the national security and the lives of the local residents? It does have a huge impact on the local lives. And so that is why we ask for the interest of the civic society. I do believe that it is completely linked to coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. I will take a look into the specific links, but at the very least, we need to know what is happening on the ground. And in Pyeongtaek, it is very, very noisy. I would like to take this opportunity to share that situation with all of you here today. Thank you very much.
고맙습니다.
Thank you.
평택은 어떻게 보면은 시민들한테는
평택
최대기지라고 하는 그런
is the
미명하에
home to the largest U.S. base,
가려져 있는 곳인 것
and
같습니다.
so it is an area of many difficulties locally. Thank you very much for sharing your
네, 오늘
activities with
이렇게
us.
6분의 토론을
So we've listened to
뜨겁게
6
들어봤습니다.
discussions.
여러분 혹시 질문이 있으시면
And
질문지에
if
지금
you
적어서
have any questions
주셔도
from the
되고요.
floor,
전달해
you
주셔도
can
되고,
write them
혹시
on
시간
a
많은
paper,
질문을 현장에서
or
지금
if
발언을 하시고
anyone
싶으면
is willing
짧게
to just speak
요약하셔서
up
해주시면 더
right now
감사하겠습니다. 그
on
사이에
the
저희는
from the
질문이 지금
site,
들어온 것이
we
있어서요. 먼저
can
좀
also
나누도록
address those
하겠습니다.
as well.
유튜브에
So we have
들어왔었는데요.
received questions from
한국
YouTube.
입장에서
From
미국이
Korea's
대북 제재를
perspectives,
중단할 수 있도록 할 수 있는
what can we
남북
do
경제
to
산업 협력의 모델이나 틀이
what
틀로서 가능한
encourage
것이
the U.S.
있는지
to lift
그런
sanctions
어떤
against
정보
North
같은
Korea?
것들이
Is
있었는지 좀
there
나눠달라고
an
하신 영어로
initiative? Is there
나눠주신 것
any related
같아서
information
한국에
about
거주하시는
the
분은 아니신 것
possibility
같습니다.
of the U.S.
이
lifting
부분은 제가
sanctions
보기에는 우리
against the
먼저
North
들어볼기에
that
이해정
South Korea
국장님이
can
잘 나눠주실
utilize?
수 있을 것
So
같아서요.
on this
먼저
question,
답변하시는
Director
사이에
Lee
질문 주셔도
Jung, would you
좋겠습니다.
like to address that?
없는 것 같습니다.
I don't think there's really
그
any such
우선은
initiative
대북
ongoing
제재가 여러
right
가지
now.
차원에서 이루어지고 있다는
There are
건 다
different
알고
kinds of
계실 것
sanctions
같고
against the North that are
미국의
ongoing,
제재도
and
있고 유엔
there's
차원의
U.S.
제재도 있고 그리고
sanctions,
우리도
UN sanctions,
마찬가지입니다. 한국
and also
차원의
South
제재도
Korea.
있고
The ROC
다양합니다.
is also
근데 이게
levying
물론
sanctions
이제
against the
여러 가지
North.
노력들은 하고 계신
But
것
of course,
같아요.
I
그래서
understand that there are
작은
different
우리
types of efforts
차원에서도
being
뭐
put in
작은
place.
교역이라든지
So
그러면서
for
이제
us
다이렉트로
also,
할 수
small type
없으니까
of
누군가를 끼고
small
하는 이제
scale
선자 교역들
trading
그런 방식으로
or
정말
using the third
바늘구멍이라도
parties
찾으려고 굉장히
for
노력들을 하고 계신 것 같습니다.
engaging with North
이게
Korea. I mean,
교역이
there
있고
are these
어떤
attempts
합작
as well.
형태의 이제
But in
들어가서 하는
terms
이제
of
그런 사업들도
official
있고 할
joint
텐데
ventures,
아마
you know,
저의 그냥
well,
상상이지만
there may
처음에는
be
그냥
some
조금 더
attempts, but
쉬운 예전에도
this
그랬듯이
is just my
교역부터
initiation,
조금씩 우리가 열어나가고
imagination,
그다음에
excuse me,
조금
but
더
I think we
큰
can begin
그쪽에서의
small,
공장이라든지
small
아니면
scale
거기에다가 물건을
trading
보내서 그
activities.
다시
We can
가공을
send
해서
work
가져오는
or
그런 사업 그런
products
식으로
to
좀
the factories
결국엔
in the
비슷한
north, for
경로로
example.
가게 되지
You know, I
않을까라는
think
그런
we're
생각을
going to
하는데요.
ultimately
제가
go
여기에서
through
강조하고
the
싶은
similar
거는 대북 제재
channels. But what
자체에
I'd like to
대해서
emphasize
이제는
is that the
정말
sanctions
재고해야 되는
against North
때가
Korea,
왔다라는
it's
것입니다.
about time that we
대북
really
제재의 문제는 저는
rethink those
크게 이제
sanctions.
세 가지라고
There are
생각하는데요. 첫
three
번째는 그
important
목표를
aspects.
결코
First,
달성하지
the purpose
못했는데
cannot be
그럼에도
achieved through
불구하고
sanctions. But
주민들에게는
still, for the
고통이
local residents,
되지요.
this
왜냐하면
sanctions is
물자가
bringing about
그만큼
so
들어가지
much
못하고
pain
나오지
because,
못하고 하니까
you know, goods,
주민들에게는
services cannot go
고통이
in
되죠.
and out.
근데 두
So
번째
this is
조금
going to
다른
be a
측면에서의
huge
문제는
pain for the
뭐냐면
North Korean people. But the
그런
other aspect
어마어마한
to
제재가
sanctions is
있는데
that there's
제재를
this
또
huge
작동은 안
sanctions, but
된다는
they're not
거예요.
working
이게
well.
많이들
They're not
아시겠지만
working properly, as
중이나
you know
러나
well.
이런 이제
Russia,
우회 롤을
China,
통해서
you know, through
이게 뭐
other
제대로 이게 되고 있는
roundabout
거냐.
ways.
그리고 아까
You
전에
know, there
프랭컴
are
선생님도
still ways
말씀하셨지만
for
이미
North Korea to
중국은 뭐
trade with the
대북
international
제재를
community,
우회해서
as
합작
Dr.
사업도
Frank
하고 있고
mentioned
그런
earlier.
그에게는
There
결국
are
제대로
these
작동이 안 되는
roundabout
거죠.
ways
세 번째 큰 문제는 또 뭐냐?
bypassing
작동이 안
routes
되는데
already. The third
단체나
aspect is that it's not working
기업들한테는
well,
작동을
but
합니다.
it is working
그들이
for
어떤 활동을 할 수
organizations
없도록
or for
작동을 하는 거죠.
businesses. So
그러면
it's a
이
huge
제재를 계속
constraint
두고
for
봐도 될까요?
the
저는 우리
organizations or businesses
정부가 대북
outside
제재
of the north.
완화에
And
대해서 지금
so,
논의를 하고 있고
my
그거를
understanding is
강조하고
that
있는 것을
the
알고
ROC
있는데요.
government is looking into
조금
easing sanctions against the
완화가 되면
north right now. There are
좋겠는데
discussions
결국에 어떤
ongoing,
식으로든지 이게
and we're hoping
한꺼번에
that
좀
this is going
없어지는
to
그런
happen.
방식에 뭐 쉽지
And
않겠지만
of course, it's not going to
어쨌든
be
근본적으로 좀
easy. However,
재고해야 될
fundamentally, we
때라고
really need to
생각합니다.
look
예.
into these sanctions issue.
혹시 또
Thank you.
질문이 있으실까요?
Are there any other questions?
질문 준비하시는 동안에
As you are preparing
메리
to
조이스님
ask your
조금 그
questions,
질문
I actually have
이기도 하고
a
좀
question
설명을
to
들어보면
Mary
어떨까
Joyce.
해서요.
Maybe it's a question or maybe a
지금까지
request for
주택
additional elaboration.
쪽에서 관련해서
So
울라마토르 프로세스에
you have worked on the Ulaanbaatar process.
그것을 통한 교훈을
So could
저희한테
you share
조금
with us some
나눠주시면
lessons
어떨까
from those
싶습니다.
activities?
답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
Your answer, please.
Thank you very much for the question. Some lessons is quite a big question, although it sounds very simple. I think one of the main lessons that we are learning, I think, is patience and consistency. I think that when we are looking at having this kind of dialogue in very difficult regional dynamics, it's very easy to feel disappointed when you don't have short-term impact or results and you're not sure if what you're doing is actually having any kind of effect on making change as well. But I think it's important to make sure that continuing to implement these over the much longer term and recognize how even the impact that it has on personal relations within people who are joining these dialogues on a regular basis can then become sort of the seeds that can root and contribute to making impact in those different communities, in their organizations, and eventually maybe on a larger level as well. So it was maybe to share some of the history, I guess, when I look at the long process for that. GPAC as a network was founded in 2005, so 20 years ago. From the very beginning, we had as one of the main principles that we wanted to ensure that it was an inclusive process, so having citizens from all of Northeast Asia coming together, including from Pyongyang or from the DPRK. It took us 5 years before we were able to go to Pyongyang and extend that invitation to them to join. Then it took another 5 years before our partners in Pyongyang officially said that they wanted to be part of the process as well. We were able to continue the process for 10 years with regular dialogues every year. We had workshops and trainings in Pyongyang and in different parts of Northeast Asia. We had study visits where we went together with partners from the GPRK, for example, to The Hague, where GPAC's global office is located. And within this, we could see small changes in the way that we were able to relate with our partners, what they would share with us, the kind of conversations, the kind of broader people that we could meet every time we visited Pyongyang, for example, rather than just the same people, but engaging with more organizations, more opportunities to share our experiences and to learn from their perspectives about the situation as well. But this is things that don't happen overnight. It really takes showing a long-term commitment to those personal relationships, but also to the institutional relationships as well. And the reason I'm choosing this as a lesson is because I think now it's so easy for us to feel despair or disappointment or to feel that there's not much that we can do at the moment. But then when I reflect on even just some of those personal conversations that happen in those dialogues, when we are able to share, I remember one time our dialogue happened to be happening in Mongolia right on the day that the DPRK conducted their nuclear testing, actually. The fact that we were able to be in that space together and hear from them, their reactions, how they saw, but share what the international community saw about the concerns about this nuclear testing face to face as well is something which is so precious that I think we need to remember that this does not happen overnight, and we need to keep investing both on the personal level but also institutional level for the longer term as we continue to go ahead. Sorry, that was a bit long, but thank you.
너무 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. Yes, I understand much better, and I'm sure the answer was very helpful to those who are connected online and who are here offline as well. So, consistency and patience was emphasized, so we will remember those lessons. And there's another question for Mary as well.
So GPAC and Ulaanbaatar process works on peace on the Korean Peninsula. So North Korea emphasizes they are a nuclear state, but there is also conflicts between US and China. So in order to have a more wider scope dialogue between the private sector and the public sector, what should be the way forward?
예, 메리조스님 예, 관련해서
Mary, would you like to
조금
attempt to
답변해
answer this
주시고 그 사이
question?
혹시 질문이 있으신
If
분
there are
한번
any
손을
other
들어주시겠어요?
questions,
네,
maybe
질문
we
먼저
can
받고 그리고
accept
질문
some questions from the floor
준비하시는 동안에
as
다음
Mary, we give a little
진행해드리도록
time for
하겠습니다.
Mary
마이크 좀
to
전달
answer that question. A
부탁드리겠습니다.
microphone, please.
중앙에 네, 계시네요.
Yes, in the middle.
안녕하세요. 저는
Hello.
대학원에서 정치학을
I am
공부하고
majoring
있는
in
이준이라고
politics
합니다. 오늘
in grad school. My name is
여섯 분의
Ijun.
토론 정말 잘
I
들었고요.
really
약간
appreciated the
소감 겸
discussion
질문을
by the
해보려고
six
하는데요.
discussants. I'd like to
일단은
briefly share with you
먼저
my impressions.
국내외
First,
평화 네트워크 연대
on
그런
the peace
시민단체,
network,
시민사회 이런
domestic and
쪽에서의
international peace
연대가 굉장히
network, and
중요하다는
solidarity
말씀도
among civil
굉장히 인상 깊게
society. I
들었고
think
특히
that was an important
거기에
message
더해서
that
정수영
I gained.
신부님께서
And
말씀해
Reverend,
주신
excuse me,
종교의
Father
역할이라든지
Chong
세계
Soo-yong
그
talked
청년
about
청년
the role
대회의
of
역할도
religion
생각해보면
and
저는
the
평소에는
Congress, Youth
한반도 문제를
Congress,
그렇게 국제화시키는 거에
next year
대해서
will
조금
be very
회의적이었는데 어떻게
important.
보면 오늘 생각이
Honestly,
바뀐
I've been
것은
quite skeptical
오히려
about peace on the Korean
그렇게
Peninsula, but
국제적인
after
차원의
listening to the
종교적이든
symposium,
어떤 청년 행사든 이렇게
I think I've had a
평화적인
change of
압박을
mind.
넣게 되면
Now, if we
오히려
have this
한반도
pressure for
영내에 있는
peace,
어떤 호전적인 당사자들이
then
함부로
the
행동하기
hostile
어려울 수도 있겠다. 그래서 그런 식으로라면 한반도
stakeholders
문제가
on the Korean
국제화되는 게
Peninsula
좀
may have a
긍정적인
change of
방향으로
heart,
갈 수
change of
있겠다는
mind
생각이
as well.
들었고
So it'd be very
또
important to
정주진
motivate the
수석님
young people, the next
말씀에
generation.
대해서는 그
And
평화교육의
as
중요성을
Director
말씀해
Chong
주셨는데
Joo-jin
굉장히
mentioned,
좋게 들었고
the
다만 이제
she
기존의 통일
talked
중심
about very
교육이
important
설 자리가
messages,
없었던
but
것은 이제
previously
젊은 세대
the
사이에서 약간
unification
현실성이 없기도
education
하고 또
lacked
그들이 이제
the
입시에 계속 매몰돼 있다
pragmatism
보니까
and
사실
was
한반도 평화에
unrealistic
대해서 신경
from
쓸
seen
여력이
from the
없다고
perspective
생각해요.
of the young
그래서
people, and so it was not
통일에서
very
평화
useful
교육으로 전환과 동시에
process.
어떤
And
입시
so
교육 전반의
we
그
also
개혁도 좀
have
같이 이루어져서
to
시민 정치
consider
교육의 일환으로서 좀 평화 교육이
revising or improving
들어갔으면
the
하는데
unification
이에 대해서
education
어떻게
along with the
생각하시는지 좀
overall
여쭙고 싶고
education
또
system in the
마지막으로는
country as
그
well, which
황우석
is focused
국장님의 말씀
on
중에 인상 깊었던
college
것은
entrance.
그
And
남북 간의
on the
평화뿐만이 아니라
presentation by
인간과
Executive Director
자연
Hwang
간의
Woo-seop,
평화라는 어떤
what was notable
다층적인
was the
다층이적인 평화의
multi-layered
그
peace,
양상을
which
얘기해 주셔서
includes
굉장히
not just
인상 깊게 들었습니다.
people-to-people
그리고
peace, but also
고유정
peace with
국장님의
nature as
말씀도
well.
제가
And
평소에
with
이제
regards to Policy Director
주한
Ko
미군
Yu-kyung's
기지촌 문제에 관심이 좀
presentation,
있었는데
I've been interested
이게
in the USFK
여성들에 대한
and the
착취 그리고
US
이런
base issue
미군
in Korea,
공군기지에서의 어떤
because there's
환경
been
소음
some
유발 이런 걸
issue
생각해
of
보면
noise as well
우리나라를
as
지키기 위해서 왔다는 주한미군의 어떤
violence or
이중성 문제가
exploitation
아직도
by the
있는데 우리나라 정부가
US
충분히
bases
역할을 하고 있지
in
않다
the
그런 생각이
local
좀 들었습니다. 좀 길었는데
neighborhoods,
여쭤봤습니다.
but it seems that the
고맙습니다.
government, South Korean
네,
government, has not
코멘트로
been
저희가 세
playing an
분은
important
받고
role.
질문은
Yes,
정주진
thank you
선생님께만 드린
for
걸로.
those comments. And the
알겠습니다. 그럼
question
먼저
was for Director
질문
Chong Joo-jin.
메리조이스님의
So first we'll
답변을
listen to the
아직 조금
answer
준비
from
중이신 것 같아서
Mary Joyce.
그리고
Do you?
질문을
Oh, I
하나
think she needs
받도록
more time.
하겠습니다.
We will accept one more
당장의
question from
취업과
the
경제 문제
floor.
등에 집중하느라
So the
그리고
youth have been
전쟁을
focused
직접
in
겪지 않고 자란
the
청년 세대들은
employment or the
한반도
economic
평화나
issues,
북한
and they have not
문제가
experienced
체감하기
war,
어렵다고
and
하는
so
경우가 많습니다.
they cannot really relate it
청년들에게
to the
한반도 평화라는
peace
의제가
issue on the Korean
청년들의
Peninsula. So
일상과
for the
연결된
youth,
중요한 문제로
how
다가가게
can
하려면
we
어떤
make
새로운
sure
방식이
that the
필요하다고
youth will
생각하시나요?
look
또한
at the peace
청년들이
issue
가져야 할
as part of their
태도와
daily lives, and in
태도라고
terms of their
생각되는 부분이나 바라는
attitude,
것이
problem or
있으시다면
attitude,
나눠주세요
or what are
하셨는데요.
the ways that
그리고
we can
정준희
encourage them
박사님이
to
아까
change
질문과
their
같이
attitude or
하시면서 그 이야기를
perception.
좀
And maybe
같이
Director
해주시면
Chong
어떨까
Joo-jin can
싶습니다.
address this
그러면 지금
question
메리
as
조이스님
well.
답변을
So
먼저
Mary
듣도록
Joyce, if you're ready,
하겠습니다.
your answer, please.
Sure, and thank you for the extra time. I think I will maybe respond to two parts of the question. The first was looking at, of course, we're not only talking about the nuclear weapons of North Korea, but broader situation in Northeast Asia. There's many different nuclear threats that we are facing, nuclear weapon states, of course, in the region. And I think this is why we see having the Ulaanbaatar process as a regular standing platform is so important, because we also have participants from mainland China, from Taiwan, from the United States participating in this as well. So the fact that we are able to get together and hear voices from experts and from citizens in Taipei and in Beijing, for example, talking about the tensions over the cross-straits issues at the moment, and then to also engage with people from the United States at the same time, I think is a very precious platform where this exchange is very, very challenging at the moment as well. So we do try and ensure that while the Korean Peninsula is the main focus of the conversations, of course, this is within the broader context of the dynamics here in the region as well. But the issue of how to make this a wider dialogue between, well, including private and public, I think is one of the limitations of what we have not really been able to do until now as well. Perhaps because the emphasis was put so much on ensuring the maintenance or the sustaining of this safe space for dialogue, it's meant that we have not necessarily been able to engage more with a broader range of stakeholders as well. And I think this is partly to do with some of the limitations of civil society that Yejong was mentioning as well. The limits of resources of NGOs, the limits of impact, the limits of space that I think in many parts of Northeast Asia it's very difficult to engage with those different sectors as well, even in Japan where I'm based. So not maybe the reverse of the question, rather than how we would been able to do that. I think this is one of the areas that we've identified there needs to be a lot more done, but we haven't necessarily been able to achieve that yet. Thank you.
네, 상황을 나누셔서 감사드립니다. 네,
Thank you for
정주진
sharing
박사님. 네.
your message with us, Dr. Jung Joo-jin.
네, 질문 감사하고요.
Thank you for the question. As for the youth, how can we motivate them to be more interested in the Korean Peninsula issues? Yes, I agree that they really have very little interest in the peace issues on the Korean Peninsula because they're more fixated about their daily lives. But we have to leave this future of the peninsula to these young people. But I think our society has failed them to some degree. They were not able to receive the needed education on unification. There was no dialogue venue for or discourse venue for the North Korea issue. So labor, employment, welfare, the government has been focusing its investments in these areas, and I believe that the government also should be investing in as much in the youth, encouraging the youth to be more interested in the peace on the Korean Peninsula. In fact, a lot of college students are interested in this topic, and even non-college young people are quite interested, but it's difficult for them to organize forums or meetings on their own. So organizing these forums, providing venues for discussion and the discourse, I think that is what the government should be doing, what the role that the government should be playing, which is quite unfortunate right now because it's not doing so. And how can we try to link the daily lives of the young people with the peace issue? Well, this is my message for the young people. What kind of a Korean Peninsula do you want to live in the future? Personal happiness, of course, is important, but to have or to realize personal happiness, you have to have political stability, environmental stability as well. So in 10, 20 years, can you imagine a better Korean Peninsula, a happy Korean Peninsula in which you can live in? So right now, we have very serious problem of income inequality, but we still continue to increase our defense spending despite other needs. So that's the current reality, and this is directly linked to the future life and happiness of the young people. So, but unfortunately, the young people aren't really interested in this topic. And we talked about, or we heard about the Pyeongtaek U.S. base right now, and this entails a huge investment. And so I think we are also having to increase our defense spending as a result of this current division. And also with the division, with the absence of peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, this still works as a major weakness for South Korea. In the morning when President Trump was giving a speech, he was saying that the U.S. allies are not helping in the Strait of of Hormuz. He looks at allies as like hostages. And so whether it's economy or the political issue, the inter-Korean issue are all interrelated. And so without peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, this is going to continue to be a weakness on the part of the ROC, and we will be disadvantaged in our relationship with other countries as a result. This is going to continue to repeat itself. And so we need to take a broader perspective. So this is not limited to the inter-Korean relationship. We need to link the peace issue with international politics, international trends, and this is also directly linked to our daily life, our economic activities as well. So that's a message we should be giving out.
We are almost out of time. If there is a short question, we will accept one last question. Please make sure that you keep your question concise.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon.
김원백입니다.
I am Kim Won-baek.
푸른 동일 조국각기 운동으로 30여 년간
I have been working for 30 years for building forests,
오래간만에 한국에서 이런
and it's been a while
우리 남북
since
간의 평화
we
공존을
have had a
이런
dialogue
토론을 할 수
like
있다는
this
자리가
in
만들어져서
Korea
제가
concerning peaceful
우리
coexistence.
왔습니다. 경영에 같이 다니고
And
같이 일을 하고 있었는데 이 자리에서
I'm from Canada,
조용히 듣고 가려고
and
했는데
I actually wanted to just quietly observe today, but I can feel the passion in me, and so I did want to take the floor. This is not just an issue of the two Koreas, but there are many Koreans living outside of Korea, and we are being impacted by the current situation.
토론하시는 분들 속에서도 저를
And
아시는 분이
so
있고
there are people who know
이
me
세션에서
from
사회를 봤던
the
이송환
panel,
선생도
and
같이
Mr. Lee Seung-hwan,
교례습을
who
통해서 같이 일을
chaired
했었고
session
근데
1, worked with me in a civic society. It's been over 36 years since I have worked with North Korea,
남쪽과 북쪽이
but
똑같은
even
상황을
now,
계속
the two
반복하고 있어요.
Koreas
그래서
continue
이게
to
왜
repeat
그러냐면 아까
the same
교육부 문제를
situation.
하셨는데
You talked about the issue of education. I'm sure that's one issue.
여태까지 주입식 교육을 해왔어요.
Up until now,
한국의
we had
교육은
rote
그러니까
learning
통일
in
교육,
Korea,
주입식을
and
해왔기
rote
때문에
learning was
우리가
also
스스로
applied
왜
to
왜
reunification
통일해야 되는
education.
거를 우리 젊은 사람들한테
So the
배워야
youth,
되니까
they need to
제가
learn
경험한
why
거는
we need reunification.
주입식이 아니고 제가 카나다 살면서
As I lived in
갑자기
Canada,
우리 조국이라는 걸 보게 됐어요. 이
I had a
조국을.
new view
그러니까
of my
북한의 조국은
homeland.
남쪽의 조국입니다. 분명히.
So the
그래서
both Koreas
이
are my
저기를
homeland.
우리가 그냥 넘어갈
And
수
so
없어서
I think we
제가
cannot neglect the current
이
situation.
산림복구 사업이라는 나무를
So I
심어야겠다는
work
그 저기를
through
가지고서 이슈를 가지고서
planting
그쪽에
trees
접근해서 지금까지
in
일을
approaching
해오고
North
있는데
Korea. So
아직도
I am
우리
working
남쪽
on
사회랑
planting trees in North Korea, but still the two Koreas are very separated.
김성종
36
종합대학을
years
졸업한
ago,
아주 엘리트 30대 청년이 지금 말씀하신
there
청년
was
같이
a
저한테
youth in
물어요.
his
선생님,
30s who
언제
graduated
통일이
from
될 것
Kim Il-sung
같습니까?
University,
그래서
and
제가
that
그때 얘기하는
person
통일
asked me,
앞으로
when
30년
will
동안
we
통일 소리
reunify?
하지
I
나
said,
같은 사람이
we will not see
6.25라는 걸
reunification
들었던
for
사람들은 다
30
죽고
years.
그걸
Everyone who
듣지 못했던
experienced the
사람들이
Korean
너희들이
War
통일을
must
원하는
die
거예요.
before
그랬는데
reunification
지금
is possible.
36년이
It's been
지났어요.
36 years since I
아직도
met that young
똑같은
man,
지금
but
첫 단계부터
the
이루고
situation
있으니까
is
조금
exactly
답답해서
the same.
말씀드렸는데
I just wanted
지금
to express
학자라고
my
학생분들,
frustration.
경험자라고 보시는
You
분들
say that you are
깊이 생각을 하셔야 될 텐데
practitioners and
사실 이
scholars,
말씀을
so I
안
wanted to
드려야
add to
되는데
this conversation.
통일은 이제는 우리가 평화 통일은
Peaceful unification seems to be very
제가
difficult at this
막말을
point in
하면은
time.
이제는 힘의
So
통일밖에
I
이루어질
think
수가
the
없다고
only
생각을 했어요.
reunification that is possible is reunification
이걸로
by power.
우리 카나다 동포의
So I just wanted to share
감회를
my
말씀드리겠습니다.
perspective as a
감사합니다.
Korean living in Canada. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you very
네,
much
그러면
for
제가
sharing your
마무리를 할
thoughts.
시간인데요.
It's time for
오늘
us to
1시부터
now
이렇게
conclude.
4시간 동안
So from
문익환
1
반복
p.m.
사이
for 4 years,
37주년 기념
we've
토론회
had
위기의
this
시대
international symposium
평화
commemorating the 37th anniversary of Moon-hwan's visit to North Korea on an era of crisis, the path to peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. We've had about 160 people here on site, and many people have connected via YouTube. Honestly, we were little bit concerned about the low turnout, and we had closed the link, but many people did connect. And as the crisis continues to increase, a lot of people are concerned. So I think this high level of interest shows the great interest in peaceful coexistence among our participants. So the policies that are being formulated, we have to ensure that there is consistency and there is patience as we pursue these policies on the Korean Peninsula. And thank you very much for your participation, and we will also invite you to participate in our future activities. We will have the Korean Peninsula Peace Congress on April 25th. And so with your permission, we will be sending out the schedule of our Congress in April to all of the participants who have come today. So please raise your voices and participate in our future programs as well. And the Hwan Peace Forum will be held in Hanshin University on April 23rd. It'll talk about the Korean Peninsula peace architecture. And so please participate in this forum as well. And we have the Korea Peace Forum webpage, and through the webpage we also provide a lot of different videos on this important topic. Thank you. Let us all give ourselves a warm hand. Thank you so much.